Chapter 2260. The banquet was very lively. The patriarch of the Zhao family and the elders of the Zhao family all attended. Other than that, the outstanding young people also came. They also wanted to see how beautiful the jade lake saintess was. When the young people of the Zhao family saw Morong Qingcheng, they were all shocked. They had seen a lot of beauties, and they had seen a lot of peerless beauties as well. However, compared to Morong Qingcheng, all of them seemed to pale in comparison. However, when they saw the handsome young man sitting next to Morong Qingcheng, they all shook their heads and sighed. Judging from their behavior, they were undoubtedly a couple. Such a peerless beauty actually had partner. This made their hearts ache. However, they did not dare to act rashly. However, everyone's gaze was fixated on Lin Xian. They were very curious about the identity of the other party. Judging from his current aura, his aura was not fierce. Could it be that he was just a gigolo? They were very confused. Boom! Halfway through the banquet, there was a sudden roar in the sky, followed by countless brilliant lights, like fireworks. They lit up in the sky. What was going on? Seeing this, everyone put down their wine glasses. The patriarch of the Zhao family also frowned. It was obvious that the defensive array of the Zhao family had been activated. Whoosh! A warrior of the Zhao family flew over from afar, landed on the ground, and knelt down on one knee. Reporting to the patriarch, someone tried to attack, but we stopped them. However, the other party came aggressively and threatened to hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer? What murderer? The elders of the Zhao family also frowned. It was a good banquet. Why would someone come knocking on their door? How dare they behave so atrociously in the Zhao family? Did they want to die? Who dares to be so presumptuous? An elder asked coldly. They are from the Qiyu family, led by two powerful figures. They want the Zhao family to hand over the murderer who injured Qiyu Ku. The Qiyu family. Many people were discussing. Zhao Zhirua frowned and glanced at Lin Xian. Many people around them also looked over. They had also heard about what had happened during the day. This matter had spread throughout the entire Stellar Sky City, and it was hard for them not to know about it. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The few elders were also discussing. Zhirua, what do you think about this matter? An elder said in a deep voice. Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered, and she was about to say something. However, before she could open her mouth, Lin Xian indifferently said, "Since they are here for me, I will go out and meet them." With that, Lin Xian stood up. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned, and the elders were all extremely shocked. The youngsters were even more shocked. Many of them curled their lips, thinking that the other party was just showing off. That was because the Crimson Moon clan did not send ordinary kings. They were two almighties. Almighty, that was an elder-level existence. The difference between an almighty being and an ordinary king was like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how powerful this kid in front of him was, how could he possibly contend against a mighty figure? Furthermore, there were two of them. Sir Lin, the elders of the Zhao family, also opened their mouths, wanting to persuade him. However, Lin Xian's figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Zhirua also looked at Morong Qingcheng with deep worry in her eyes. Is it okay to let him go by himself? Why don't I send someone to follow him? Morong Qingcheng smiled faintly. Don't worry, senior sister, it's just two almighties. It won't affect brother Xian much. Just two almighties? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Morong Qingcheng, the corners of their mouths twitching. However, they were extremely puzzled, because Morong Qingcheng was the holy maiden. She might have the qualifications to say such words. But where did that kid get such confidence from? Could it be that that kid was also almighty? But how is that possible? Almighty in his 20s, other than the holy sons and holy daughters, who else could reach that level? This kid was obviously not a holy son. How could he be almighty? Why don't we go and take a look? A few young people whispered to each other. In the end, they all looked at the elders. The elders' eyes also flickered. To be honest, they didn't believe that Lin Xian could defeat those experts from the Qiyu clan. The patriarch was also a little worried. He said that since the experts of the Qiyu clan had come, then the Zhao family could not be rude. Someone go and welcome the Qiyu clan. Although it was said to welcome them, it was actually a tacit permission for them to go and watch the battle. Sure enough, when these words were said, the young disciples all cupped their fists and said, "Patriarch, I'm willing to go." Buzz! They soared into the sky, looking impatient. In fact, two of the elders also waved their sleeves and followed after him. In an instant, many warriors at the banquet followed. However, Murong Qingqing did not go. She sat there with an indifferent expression. Zhao Zhiruo was surprised. "Are you really not worried?" "Senior sister, you'll know later." Murong Qingqing laughed. On the other side, outside the Zhao mansion, rays of light flickered, forming light screens that covered the entire sky. Outside the light screen, there were 6 figures, 2 Almighties and 4 Six-Star Kings. They were the experts of the Qiyu clan. At this moment, their gazes were piercingly cold, and their bodies were surging with killing intent. Of the 2 Almighties, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man walked up and said loudly, "Our Qiyu clan has no intention of starting a war with the Zhao family. We only want to capture the culprit who injured our young master." "Why? Is the Zhao family trying to cover up for the culprit?" "Although the Zhao family is powerful, if this matter were to spread, you would probably be ridiculed by the world." The guards of the Zhao family had solemn expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. Hearing this, they did not reply. They had already sent someone to inform the elders of the clan. They would probably make a decision soon. What they needed to do now was to protect these formations and prevent the other party from attacking. Seeing that the Zhao family did not reply, the Almighties of the Qiyu clan in front of them had gloomy expressions. The middle-aged Almighty also snorted coldly. "Why? Is the Zhao family not going to give an explanation?" "Explanation? What explanation do you want?" At that moment, a sneer was heard. Following that, a light flashed, and a handsome young man appeared in the sky. Seeing this young man, everyone was stunned. The people of the Qiyu clan also frowned. The old man snorted coldly. "Kid, who are you? Who are you to speak here? Ask your elders to come out." "What an idiot!" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "Aren't you here to capture the culprit? Why? You don't even recognize the culprit." "What? Damn it! It's you!" Chapter 2261. They didn't expect that the kid in front of them was the murderer they wanted to catch. However, he was really arrogant to have dared to come out. "Kid, you don't know what death is. If you had stayed in the Zhao family obediently like a coward, we would have killed you. Perhaps we wouldn't have been able to catch you. However, we didn't expect you to come out of your own accord. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Kneel down obediently and surrender. Come back to the family with us, and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death." "Humph!" Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. "Cut the crap. You just want to catch me, don't you? Go ahead and do it. Let's see if you have the ability." "What?" The young disciples of the Zhao family who had rushed over were all dumbfounded. "Damn, this kid is too arrogant. He dares to talk so big in front of 2 Almighties? Does he think that the Zhao family will help him? This kid is too arrogant. I'm worried that he'll be killed later. Maybe he'll be killed. The Zhao family won't let him be captured. However, it's certain that he'll be embarrassed. I really don't know where he got the right to be so arrogant." These people whispered to each other and watched the show from the back. The few elders who had rushed over also frowned. Although they also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant after some discussion, they still decided to save his life at the critical moment. After all, this was someone who had a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. They wouldn't let him be in danger. The Zhao family was preparing to save him at the critical moment. On the other side, the cultivators of the Red Moon family were furious. This time, they had 2 supreme beings and 4 six-star kings with them. Each of them was very powerful, and the other party, a little brat, actually dared to look down on them. "Elder, let me go kill him," a 6-star king roared. "Okay, go ahead. Be careful not to kill him. You must catch him alive." The old Almighty nodded. Then the 6-star king who had spoken stood up with a sinister smile. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was more than 300 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. He was just 1 step away from reaching the almighty realm. It could be said that he was a genius. This person walked out, stood in the void, and laughed coldly. "Brat, get over here and accept your death." Seeing this person come out, the Zhao family began to discuss among themselves. It was actually him, New Red Moon. That's right. This was a genius of the Scarlet Moon clan. Rumor had it that he was about to reach the almighty realm. Unexpectedly, the first one to make a move was actually him. Looks like that kid is going to be out of luck. The young disciples of the Zhao family discussed animatedly. A few elders also secretly transmitted their voices and prepared to help. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered disdainfully. "Just you? It wasn't enough. The 6 of you can attack together. I don't have the time to accompany you here." "What?" The 6 of them attacked together. The corners of the Zhao family's mouths twitched. They increasingly felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. On the other hand, the Qiyu clan was so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Qi Yuexin, his face was gloomy, and a wisp of ferocity appeared in his eyes. "Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. If you weren't in the array now, I could kill you with a slap." "Is that so? Then try slapping me." Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and instantly left the Zhao family's defensive array. Fuck, that kid really left. The martial artists on the Zhao family's side were dumbfounded. Those from the Qiyu clan were also stunned. But soon, that Scarlet Moon Shinshin started laughing maniacally. "What a reckless fool!" Buzz! He raised his hand and slapped out. In the center of his palm, countless blue lights shone and turned into stars that rapidly descended from the sky. Astral palm. The palm covered the sky as if it was the universe that was mercilessly descending. What a terrifying energy! This new Red Moon clan had indeed surpassed an ordinary 6-star king. He was probably not far from becoming a true almighty. "Humph! How dare you attack new Red Moon clan? You really don't know what's good for you." The Qiyu clan's martial artist sneered. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking at the rapidly descending astral palm, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The next moment, he also stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. "You don't know the difference between life and death. If I were him, I would have escaped long ago." The young martial artists of the Zhao family discussed. The few elders of the Zhao family sighed and shook their heads. Sure enough, he was still too young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's save him. They were ready to make a move, but soon they were stunned. In the sky, the incomparably mysterious astral palm transformed into countless stars, and all of them suddenly exploded. Stars exploded one after another, tearing through the void and forming black holes one after another. Boom! In an instant, the astral palm was torn apart. As for Qi Yuexin, he also screamed in pain as his palm bled. His face was filled with horror. Damn it! What happened? Not only him, but everyone else also did not know what had happened. However, in the next moment, their vision blurred. Ah! Qi Yuexin let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt a sharp hand grab his head and pull him far away. It was naturally Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the terrifying astral palm with one palm, then grabbed Qi Yuexin and pulled him in front of him. Then he sneered. "You want me to kneel and die? Surrender without a fight? You want me to die? Damn it! How is this possible? I don't believe it." Qi Yuexin screamed crazily. His opponent had broken his ultimate move with one palm. He even grabbed him. He did not dare to believe it. He was a genius. He was a powerhouse who was about to become an almighty. Damn it. Get lost. The energy in his body exploded, forming a terrifying storm that wanted to blast the kid in front of him to pieces. However, in an instant his body turned cold because the violent energy in his body was instantly frozen into ice. You want me to kneel and die? Kneel down before me. Lin Xian held his head and pressed it gently. Qi Yuexin screamed in pain and knelt in midair. He did not kneel down of his own accord. He was pressed down forcefully. Therefore, his legs were instantly broken and turned into a bloody mist. Countless cracks appeared in the void below and spread to the surroundings. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He had subdued Qi Yuexin in an instant? How was that possible? The young warriors of the Zhao family were stunned. The elders were also stunned. They did not dare to believe it. The Qi Yuexin family was even more adorable. However, they soon came to their senses. Especially the two almighties, they roared crazily. Damn it! Stop! He was a genius of the Qi Yuexin family. He would soon become an almighty. They would not allow anything to happen to such a person. Therefore, in the next moment, the two of them turned into shooting stars and rushed over quickly. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Fine, I'll return him to you. Chapter 2262. That's great. Seeing this, the two almighties smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. That was because Qi Yu's new body suddenly exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that floated in the sky. Dead. A mighty late-stage 6-star king tier was actually killed in an instant. Everyone went crazy. The two almighties of the Qi Yu family even screamed crazily. Damn, brat, I'm going to kill you. Let's attack together. The two almighties snorted coldly, and the 3 6-star kings behind them also rushed out quickly. Their king domains covered the surroundings. They blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. They wouldn't let the other party escape. However, why would Lin Xian escape? He had no intention of escaping at all. Looking at the people rushing towards him, his eyes gradually emitted a cold light. Buzz! He waved his arm, and countless sword lights lit up in the sky. Each of them was as fast as lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then Lin Xian turned around and slowly descended towards the Zhao family. The martial artists of the Zhao family were stunned. What's going on? However, soon they screamed and almost fainted. In the sky, 2 almighties and 3 kings suddenly broke into pieces. Blood flowed wildly, and the broken corpses fell to the ground. They were all dead. At this moment, the nearly 100 martial artists of the Zhao family, including the guards and elders, were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What did they just see? 2 almighties and 3 6-star kings were killed in a single strike. When they came back to their senses, the elders of the Zhao family gasped. Their eyes were filled with horror. They were all almighties, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to kill an almighty. However, this man had slain 2 supreme beings with ease, and he had even taken 3 6-star kings with him. This could no longer be described as shocking. This was absolutely heaven-defying. At this moment, they finally understood why the other party was so nonchalant earlier. It was because he was definitely a top genius. He killed almighties like cutting grass. If they had such strength, they would not be worried. The young disciples of the Zhao family swallowed their saliva crazily. They looked at the figure in front of them, and their scalps went numb. Previously, they thought that the other party was acting cool and that he was not worthy of Morong Qingqing. However, it seemed that they were very wrong. The other party's strength was definitely far beyond their imagination. It was even far beyond the Almighty's. They had never seen a young man about their age being so powerful. They did not even dare to think of chasing after him. After dealing with the members of the Crimson Moon clan, Lin Xian turned around and returned to the array. Then he said to the Zhao family's elders, "A few small shrimps, you've delayed our banquet. You'd better go back. However, I still need you to clean up the battlefield." "Ah, okay." The warriors and guards of the Zhao family nodded blankly. Even now, they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Xian shrugged and turned around to return to the banquet. Zhao family of the banquet. At this moment, only a small number of people were left. Apart from the family head and a few elders, only Zhao Zhirua and Morong Qingcheng of the younger generation were left. To be honest, apart from Morong Qingcheng, these people were also puzzled. They did not know what was going on over there. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a bolt of lightning descended towards the banquet. Seeing this scene, the elders all raised their heads. What was going on? Could it be that something had happened and they were here to report it? However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they realized that the figure was not a martial artist of the Zhao family, but Lin Xian. What was going on? Why did he come back? Could it be that he came back because he was afraid? Or did he not dare to come out? These elders thought so in their hearts. Zhao Zhirua had similar thoughts in her heart, so she frowned. In her opinion, the other party was too pretentious. If he did not dare to come out, then so be it. Why did he have to put on an act and come back halfway? In fact, she wanted to find a chance to persuade Morong Qingcheng if it was worth it to associate with such a person. However, before she could say anything, countless figures quickly descended from behind. This time, it was the elders and young disciples of the Zhao family. Why did they all come back? Where were the people of the Qiyu family? Did they leave already? These people were very puzzled. Many elders laughed proudly. What Qiyu family? In front of the Zhao family, they were nothing. They were probably frightened by the strength of the Zhao family, so they went back obediently. These people were immensely proud of themselves. But the elders who had just returned looked at these people strangely, speechless. What's going on? What's with your expressions? What happened? These people stopped laughing because they realized that these people who had just returned had serious expressions. Even the young people were pale, as if they had been frightened. What was going on? What happened? Great Elder asked. Where were the people of the Qiyu family? Could it be that you fought with them? Lin Xian returned to his seat and did not speak. As for the young people of the Zhao family, they seemed to have recalled something. Their bodies trembled, and they did not dare to speak. A few elders of the Zhao family took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The people of the Qiyu family were killed." "Was he killed? Who told you to do it?" Great Elder Zhu frowned. Although they were not afraid of the Qiyu family, they were still a big family in the Qianshan region. They could not be underestimated. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not become enemies with such a family. But now the people of the Qiyu family were killed by them. This would definitely cause a war between the two families. Great Elder, it was not us who did it. A few elders of the Zhao family shook their heads. They naturally knew how powerful it was. How could they kill the people of the Qiyu family? It was not you who did it. Then who did it? Great Elder Zhu frowned even more. Other than their elders, who else could have such strength? However, in the next moment, he was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Xian. Could it be this kid? A thought arose in their minds, but they did not dare to believe it. However, when they saw the frightened faces of the people who had returned to watch the battle, their hearts beat wildly. Could it be that it was really this kid? Don't blame them. It was indeed me who did it. They were just a few small fries. How dare they jump around in front of me? I killed them while I was at it. Don't worry. If the people of the Qiyu family want to blame someone, just tell them to come to me. I won't cause any trouble for the Zhao family. What? It was really him. The elders who did not go exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 2263. The Zhao family's patriarch spoke, and those few elders hurriedly recounted what had happened earlier. When these people heard that Lin Xian had killed 2 mighty figures and 3 six-star kings with a single strike, they were all stunned. Clang! 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 The wine glasses in their hands all fell to the ground. Heavens! They weren't dreaming, were they? How could the other party be so powerful? These elders did not dare to believe it. Zhao Zhirua's beautiful eyes were also shocked, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She knew that she had misjudged this time. Although she did not know the young man in front of her, he was definitely at the level of a saint. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly. Originally, she still looked down on the other party, but she did not expect that she was too ignorant. Everyone was shocked. Only Morong Qingqing had a smile on her face, because she had already guessed this result. Lin Xian also smiled as he raised his wine glass. He smiled and said that the wine was still warm so he could drink it. Lin Xian was tasting the wine, but the others were not in the mood. Now, everything they ate tasted tasteless because the news was too shocking. It was as if lightning had struck them unconscious. On the other side, the Qiyu family. The entire Qiyu family quickly moved. They invited the best doctors and alchemists to treat Qiyu's injuries. Although Qiyu's life was saved, his crippled cultivation could not be recovered in a short time. More importantly, his genitals couldn't be repaired either. This news made the patriarch of the Qiyu family extremely gloomy. With his cultivation crippled and his manhood destroyed, it could be said that Qiyu's life was over. Although he was not killed, it was worse than death. When Qiyu learned of this result, he naturally could not accept it. He screamed crazily, "Kill him! You must kill him! You must kill him! Avenge me! Don't worry, Ku-er. We will definitely avenge you." A middle-aged woman held Chiyuka's hand and said with gritted teeth, "I will capture that kid and pull out his tendons and bones. I will let him taste torture 10 times more painful than you. And that woman, I will also capture her and make her serve you for the rest of her life. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who offended you have a good ending." The middle-aged woman's expression was incomparably ferocious. The Red Moon family head's expression was also ice-cold. He said in a cold voice, "What's wrong? The people I sent out haven't returned yet? Why would it take so much effort to catch a brat? Or was it that the Zhao family refused to let him go? Master, something bad has happened." At this moment, news came from afar. A martial artist ran over in a panic. His face was extremely pale. "What's going on?" The clan leader of the Qiyu clan asked coldly. Could it be that they had captured that brat? "No," the subordinate said, trembling. "Our men were killed." Was he killed? Hearing this, all the martial artists in the room were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Those were 2 supreme beings and 4 six-star king tiers. How could he have been killed? The Red Moon family head's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! Could it be that the Zhao family had made a move? In his opinion, only the Zhao family could deal with these powerhouses. We don't know, but according to the Zhao family, that kid did it himself. The Zhao family didn't participate at all. Did that kid do it? What kind of joke was this? Did he really think that we were idiots? The Red Moon family head snorted coldly. The others in the room also had looks of disbelief. That kid looked like he was in his 20s. How powerful could he be? Even if he was a 6-star king, it would be fine. However, they had sent out 2 supreme beings. How could that kid resist them? It must be the Zhao family. Damn it, they've gone too far. Master, what should we do now? The person beside him asked. It seemed that the Zhao family was determined to protect the other party. So what if they protect him? Do they think that the Red Moon family is easy to bully? I don't believe that the Zhao family really dares to start a war with us. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth as she spoke. She was Red Moon Ku's mother and the wife of the Red Moon family head. At this moment, when she learned that the mission had failed, she was so angry that her face was filled with madness. The Red Moon family head's face was also gloomy. He snorted coldly. How dare they protect the murderer? I will definitely not let this go. In this way, he sent more people over. At the same time, he contacted the other families and went together. Tell them that our Red Moon family is being asked for an explanation. I don't believe that the Zhao family dares to make a move on the other big families. Yes, I'll go and prepare now. His subordinates, the elders, also began to move. This time, the Red Moon family was really angry. Therefore, they sent out a powerful team again. This time, they sent 3 elite supreme beings, 5 supreme beings, and dozens of 6-star kings. There were also other kings. There were a total of more than 100 people, and they set off in a mighty manner. This lineup was absolutely terrifying. Not only that, they also contacted the other big families in the Qianshan domain. They were all on good terms with the Red Moon family. The other 3 big families also sent some people over. The 4 big families headed to Sky Star City together in a mighty manner. When they arrived, it was already the next morning. The sky had just brightened. The sun rose, and the people in the city gradually increased. However, at this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above their heads. Then a gust of wind whistled, and a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It was as if it was going to crush the entire city. The martial artists in the city raised their heads and looked up. Then they screamed. What's going on? Could it be that someone is going to attack the city? Is it a demonic beast? Or something else? They were terrified because they realized that it was not a dark cloud above their heads, but a dense shadow. Each of them emitted a cold and terrifying aura as if they were going to break the world. It was not a demonic beast, but a human. Countless people. Countless powerhouses. Many people exclaimed, and even more people were shocked. Damn it, are they going to attack my Sky Star City? Stop fooling around. This is the Ninely dynasty. All the lands in the world belong to the king. Who dares to attack a city? Damn it, who is this? What are they trying to do? Everyone went crazy. More and more people looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. Even the people of the city, Lord's mansion, were alarmed. Countless guards formed a formation as if they were facing a great enemy. He moved quickly, holding his sword and saber, and raised it to the sky. There was even a middle-aged man in armor who shouted coldly, "Stop! Who are you?" In the sky, countless figures flashed, but they did not descend. This made the warriors and guards in the city heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a cold figure stood out. It was an old man dressed in black. His entire body was emitting a black light. He looked down, his gaze piercing through the void, and said coldly, "We are from the Red Moon family. This time we have joined forces with the 3 big families to ask the Zhao family for an explanation." The Zhao family? Ask for an explanation? What explanation? Chapter 2264. Since when did the Qiyu family go against the Zhao family? They did not know, and from the looks of it, the hatred was especially great. Humph! In the sky, the old man snorted coldly and said loudly. His voice was like thunder, clearly spreading to every corner of the city. My young master Qiyu was crippled, and the culprit is now in the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family refused to let him go and even mercilessly killed the people we sent out. Until now, they have not even given us an explanation. Since that is the case, my Qiyu family has no choice but to come personally and demand an explanation. In the end, his voice was like thunder, causing everyone's ears to go numb. What? The young master of the Qiyu family was crippled? Are you talking about what happened 2 days ago? Many people were discussing. Obviously, they had heard about the previous incident. After all, it happened in Stellar Sky City. However, they did not expect that the matter was not over yet. Instead, it became more and more intense. It was very likely that it would evolve into a duel between 2 large families. Although the Qiyu family's overall strength was not as good as the Zhao family, it was still a large family. However, the Crimson Moon clan was a big clan after all. This time, they had joined forces with the other 3 big clans. Even if the Zhao family was extremely powerful, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Moreover, from the current situation, no matter how one looked at it, the Zhao family was in the wrong. The scene here naturally alarmed the city lord's mansion. Immediately, the people of the city lord's mansion hurried to the Zhao family to inquire about the situation. The Zhao family also received the news. For a moment, countless Zhao family warriors looked up at the sky. Seeing the black mass of people in the distance, they frowned. What was the Qi Yu family trying to do? They actually dared to join forces with the other 3 large families and come looking for them together? Did they think that the Zhao family was easy to bully? Don't be rash. The Qi Yu family is the 6th prince's people. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to start a war with them. However, this does not mean that the Zhao family is afraid of them. Quickly send someone to explain clearly. The Zhao family's patriarch gave the order, and countless Zhao family warriors began to move. However, on the other side, Lin Xian stood up. He said loudly, "I said that I will deal with the Qi Yu family alone. It had nothing to do with the Zhao family, so you don't have to worry." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he soared into the sky, flying into the distance. What? This kid wants to solve it himself? Seeing the scene, these people felt their scalps go numb. Although they had been shocked by Lin Xian's strength yesterday, the Qi Yu clan was incomparably terrifying. They didn't just have almighties. There were elite almighties, pinnacle almighties, and even peerless almighties. If such a terrifying clan was angered, even if Lin Xian was a prodigy, no matter how strong he would not be able to resist. Therefore, the patriarch of the Zhao family quickly sent people to follow them, in case something bad happened. A few elders hurriedly led the martial artists over. On the other side, after Zhao Ruo received the news, she did not delay any longer. She quickly went to find Morong Qingcheng. The 2 of them also flew over in a flash. In an instant, many young people from the Zhao family followed them. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the sky above Tianqing City, the atmosphere was heavy. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on them, making it difficult for the martial artists in the city to breathe. However, at this moment, a ray of light cut through the void and instantly cut through the heavy atmosphere. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Then they were all shocked. Who had come? Could it be that a peerless powerhouse had come? In the next moment, they looked over. Then they were stunned, because they realized that the person who came out was actually a young man, a very unfamiliar young man. They did not know this person. Many people were discussing, and a small number of people even exclaimed, "It was him. He was the one who crippled the young master of the Qi Yu clan. What? Are you saying that he's the murderer? Heavens, he still dares to come out?" Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know Lin Xian's true strength and identity. Therefore, in their opinion, a young man who dared to come out at this time was definitely crazy. Under normal circumstances, he would have secretly run away. "Who are you?" The martial artist of the Qi Yu clan shouted coldly. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. "A bunch of idiots. I'm the person you're looking for. Why? You're not convinced? Then do it. You're courting death." Those people reacted and were extremely angry. That kid was the murderer they were looking for? He didn't seem like much. Not only was he arrogant, but he was also an idiot. He actually dared to fight against their army alone. That made them feel that it was unreal. They even felt that there was some kind of trap. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar again. Then, countless people quickly rushed over. The first to appear were a few elders of the Zhao family. They stopped near Lin Xian, looked ahead, and frowned. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Behind them, the martial artists of the Zhao family arrived one after another and also stopped in the void. Zhao Zhirua and Murong Qingqing also came. They came to Lin Xian's side. In an instant, the martial artists of the Zhao family all released powerful auras to resist the other party. In the sky, Two huge forces of energy collided and tore through the void. A shocking crack appeared like a black hole. It was so deep that it could not be seen. There was indeed a trap. Seeing so many powerhouses and elders of the Zhao family, the Red Moon family's faces darkened. Kid, do you think that we can't do anything to you just because you have the support of the Zhao family? Let me tell you, if you provoke the Red Moon family, no one in the world can save you. Humph. Is that so? Why don't you try? Zhao Zhirua shouted. Although she was a woman, the aura on her body was incomparably fierce. Since when did the people of the Qi family dare to behave atrociously in front of the Zhao family? It seemed that the Red Moon family had become more and more presumptuous in the past 2 years with the support of the sixth prince. Today, they would let them know the foundation and strength of the Zhao family. Seeing that the Zhao family wanted to stand up for them, the people of the Red Moon family frowned. However, the black-clothed old man only sneered at this. What? Just because the Zhao family is powerful, they want to be lawless and bully us? The Zhao family is powerful, but you can't be unjust. That's right. Capturing the murderer is a matter of course. Why is the Zhao family stopping us? Could it be that there's some shady business between you? The people of the 3 great families also stood up. They sneered. For a moment, these people had pushed the Zhao family to the forefront of the storm. Those people below, they also began to discuss. Damn it! How dare these people slander the Zhao family? After the elders of the Zhao family heard this, their faces became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian sneered. All right, don't waste your energy. I did kill them. Your young master Qi, you was crippled by me. The 2 mighty figures and 4 6-star kings yesterday were also killed by me. I did everything. It has nothing to do with the Zhao family. What, you killed them all? Chapter 2265. The people of the Red Moon clan were even more stunned. The martial artists below were discussing animatedly. This kid could actually kill 2 almighties and 4 6-star kings? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is definitely fake. It can't be real. The people of the Red Moon clan also sneered. Kid, don't joke around. You think you can kill almighties? Who do you think you are? This was definitely done by the Zhao family. Humph, isn't the Zhao family powerful? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Or are you trying to be a coward? The people of the Red Moon clan sneered. The people of the other 3 clans also agreed. This time, the combined strength of the 4 clans was still not inferior to the Zhao family. Hence, they were unscrupulous. The martial artists of the Zhao family were furious. Lin Xian's face also darkened. Why are you suspecting me? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Speaking of this, he took a step forward and clenched his fist. A sword light lit up between heaven and earth. Clang! Poof! Then the sword light disappeared. On the opposite side, Almighty from the Red Moon clan screamed as he was split in half. Blood stained the void red. What? He was killed. Everyone screamed in disbelief. The people of the Red Moon clan were even crazier, especially those who were closer. Their faces were splashed with blood. They trembled, and their eyes were filled with horror. What was going on? They didn't have any time to react at all. And one of their almighties was killed. Damn it, what kind of technique was this? The people of the Red Moon clan were crazy, and the people of the other 3 clans were also terrified. The martial artists of Stellar Sky City below were completely stunned. Shock! This scene brought a huge shock to them. They were completely stunned. The Zhao family was also shocked. Fortunately, they had seen Lin Xian's technique yesterday, so they could still stay awake at this moment. Now, believe what I said. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth again. Everyone was stunned. What kind of strength was this to kill an almighty with a single sword? They didn't dare to imagine. When Lin Xian's voice sounded, these people even trembled. The whole world fell silent. Even the people from the Red Moon clan were scared silly. Lin Xian said coldly as he scanned the surroundings. I did cripple the young master of the Qiyu clan, but that was because he deserved to die. He coveted my wife's beauty and wanted to take her for himself. He even relied on his status as the young master of the Chiyu clan to bully others. They sent over a dozen kings to kill me. Let me ask you, if you were in such a situation, what would you do? What? So that was the reason. Below, when the martial artists in Stellar Sky City heard these words, they all started discussing. Many of them clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Damn it, this Scarlet Crescent Drake was truly too detestable. That's right, he was the kind of person who used his power to bully others. He didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. A person like him deserved to die. Not killing him was already a great favor. That's right. Looking at this kid's skills, he must be a peerless genius. How could such a person endure such humiliation? If I had such strength, I would have killed that young Master Chi long ago. Not killing him is already giving him face. I didn't expect the Chiyu clan to be so shameless. That's right, they inverted right and wrong, and even tried to confuse us. How despicable. Hurry up and get lost. Angry roars came one after another. The martial artists below were all enraged. They were originally ordinary people. Therefore, what they hated the most was this kind of bullying. And this time, young Master Chi Yu's reputation was already in tatters. Naturally, everyone didn't have a good impression of him. Seeing this scene, the Zhao clan members heaved a sigh of relief. The Chi Yu clan members opposite them had gloomy expressions. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, the victim's identity that they had created had been exposed in an instant. Not only that, their current situation was very bad. The cultivators of Stellar Sky City below were so enraged. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. Damn kid, you're courting death. The black-robed elder roared with a gloomy expression. The time from when the other party killed their almighty to when he said this was too short. So much so that they didn't even react. Now that they reacted, the matter was already irreversible. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I didn't say these words because I'm afraid of you. I just didn't want people to misunderstand the Zhao clan and didn't want to drag the Zhao clan down. Now that the matter has been clarified, we can settle the matter between us. To be honest, in order to keep a low profile, I've already been very merciful. But you don't know what's good for you and dare to send an army to kill me? Since that's the case, you don't have to go back. Are you going to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. As soon as this voice came out, the clamor below broke out again. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Domineering, too domineering. He dared to say such words when facing thousands of troops alone. One had to admit that Lin Xian's current figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of these people. The Zhao clan members were also stunned. Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered as she looked at the figure, seemingly in a daze. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, stood there with a pair of beautiful eyes and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the people of the Chiyu clan were so angry that they vomited blood. The 4 great clans had joined forces to suppress him. How dare he be so arrogant? He's courting death. Stop talking nonsense with him and quickly capture this kid. The people of the 3 great clans said coldly. They originally came to show off, but now, no matter how they looked at it, they felt so sullen. Naturally, they were embarrassed. Therefore, they asked the Chiyu clan to hurry up and attack. Humph! Go, kill him. The 3 mighty figures snorted coldly, and 20 kings followed behind them. They turned into a torrent and quickly charged over. That's all? It's not enough. Lin Xian sneered, and his fingers quickly formed a seal. A hell's ice lotus flew out from his fingertip, spinning in the air and quickly charging over. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, the hell's ice lotus completely exploded, enveloping the 3 mighty figures. Between heaven and earth, terrifying black flames erupted, and the power of ice filled the sky. In an instant, countless screams sounded. Soon these people fell silent. When all the energy disappeared, everyone looked up at the sky and were all dumbfounded. The 3 Almighties and 20 kings were instantly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. They were all killed. These people's voices trembled, and the people of the Chiyu clan went crazy. In fact, they were even trembling. The faces of the people of the 3 great clans were pale, without a trace of blood. Damn it, who is this person? At this moment, the people of the 3 great clans were in despair, because they realized that they had been tricked. Before they came, the people of the Chiyu clan had told them that they were only here to capture a young boy. Moreover, the main reason they joined forces this time was to intimidate the Zhao family. Chapter 2266. No matter how they looked at it, the other party did not look like a brat. He was a peerless demon king. Now, the Zhao family had not even made a move. Just the other party alone had killed 3 mighty figures and more than 20 kings with a raise of his hand. Such means could be said to be heaven-defying. They had never seen such a thing before. Therefore, these people felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions were extremely ugly. After Lin Xian succeeded, he looked at the other party and sneered. Why? Not making a move? Then it's my turn. Whoosh! In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed forward. Damn it, kill him! Kill him with all your might! The black-robed elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. He did not dare to hold back anymore. The people behind him attacked crazily. At the same time, he also roared angrily, and majestic energy surged out of his body. To be honest, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had 3 elite mighty figures this time. As long as the 3 of them attacked with all their might, they could definitely suppress the other party. Boom! The black-robed elder took the lead and stretched out his palm. Buzz! In the sky, a pitch-black palm pressed down, and the entire sky turned into night. Humph! You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. The terrifying fist carried black flames that filled the sky and blasted out fiercely. Boom! The 2 collided and thunderous sounds echoed in the sky as terrifying energy erupted. An extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space as the terrifying energy swept down. The warriors in Stellar Sky City trembled when they felt the impact of this energy. The weaker ones directly knelt on the ground. Ah, damn it! However, amidst the violent energy, there was a crazy roar. The black-robed elder kept retreating, stepping on the void. His palm directly exploded. Blood dyed the void red. Then Lin Xian attacked again. Kid, you're courting death. Another elite roared. This was a middle-aged man. He held a red long sword in his hand and quickly charged over. Buzz! The long sword swept across, and the red sword light swept across the sky as if it was divine red. Boom! Lin Xian's palm slammed into the sword chi that filled the sky, causing a resplendent light to erupt. A terrifying voice tore through the void. After the deafening explosion, Lin Xian's palm didn't change at all. It was still grabbing forward in an overwhelming manner. On the other side, the middle-aged man was sent flying while vomiting blood. You want to capture me with just the 2 of you? He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian sneered as he looked ahead. Brat, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar was heard. The purple light shot straight into the clouds, drowning out the entire world. Then a figure appeared. This was a young man. His eyes were incomparably cold, but no one dared to underestimate him. This was not a young man, but an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was an elite almighty, and he was the strongest among the people who came this time. The purple-robed ancestor was actually him. Seeing this purple-clothed youth walk out, many people exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Zhao family also frowned, because the purple-robed ancestor was indeed not simple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment they were a little worried. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Indeed, the purple-robed ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the previous two elite almighties. His roar shattered the mountains and rivers. Boom! A large purple hand reached out to grab him. Heaven and earth instantly split open, and a terrifying aura pressed down below. The kings of stellar sky city trembled and couldn't stand at all. He had some strength, but it wasn't enough. Lin Xian nodded slightly, but his eyes were full of disdain. How dare an elite almighty behave so atrociously in front of him? In the next moment, he also stretched out his palm. Endless aura revolved around his palm. One after another, stars began to appear in the sky. The astral palm was an ultimate technique used by an almighty of the Qiyu family. However, at this moment, when Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, its power was hundreds of times more terrifying. When he stretched out his palm, heaven and earth were completely covered. Only the stars could be seen rotating one after another. It was as if the real universe had descended into the human world. Heavens, what kind of technique was this? Wasn't the astral palm an ultimate technique of the Qiyu family? How did this kid know it? Many people exclaimed. The people of the Qiyu family went crazy. Damn it! The astral palm was indeed their family's ultimate technique, and many people had practiced it before. However, they couldn't hit the opponent's terrifying power at all. More importantly, how did the other party do it? However, they didn't have time to think about it anymore. Wretched cries rang out in the sky. Those spinning stars were releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire world. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of many martial artists were crushed into a bloody mist by these stars and directly exploded. Boom! Boom! In an instant, at least 30 kings were killed. Moreover, there were even more screams. This time, not only the Qiyu family, but even the warriors of the other 3 families were affected. Damn it, impossible! How could he be so powerful? Countless people screamed crazily, and the faces of the elite almighties became extremely ugly. In an instant, more than half of the people they brought were dead. Moreover, it was still going on. It wouldn't be long before all of them were killed. This made their hearts bleed in disbelief. These were all the elites of their families. They were the hope of their family's future. But now they were all killed. A red star descended, bringing with it endless flames as it flew towards the black-clothed old man. The black-robed elder roared crazily and slammed his palms continuously. Ghost claws tore through the void and attacked fiercely. However, it was useless. The red star was like a sun, burning fiercely and directly enveloping the black-robed elder. Then it was completely refined. What? Even the elite almighties were killed. The death of the black-robed elder had a huge impact on them because he was an elite lord. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse with unimaginable strength. But now he had been killed like a blade of grass. Who was the other party? They didn't dare to think. Therefore, in the next moment, those who were still alive screamed crazily, "Run, run!" At this moment, revenge and the mission of their families were all thrown away. Saving their lives was the most important thing. However, could they escape? The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by Lin Xian's astral palm, forming a heaven and earth cage. They couldn't escape at all. Therefore, the ordinary kings were all killed very quickly. The almighties couldn't survive at all. Now, only 5 elite almighties were left. They were from the 4 great families, and 2 of them were from the Qiyu family. Chapter 2267. Now there were only 5 elite almighties left. They were from the 4 major families, and 2 of them were from the Red Moon family. The other 3 were from the 3 major families. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together, and their expressions were extremely ferocious. They were covered in blood, both their own and their subordinates. Damn it! The 5 of us should join forces and attack in the same direction. I don't believe that he can fight against the 5 of us." The purple-robed ancestor roared crazily. Although he had delicate features, his small face was ferocious like a demon at this moment. Purple extreme, demonic art. The purple-robed patriarch used his most powerful technique as soon as he stepped forward. The other 4 elite almighties also used their best ultimate skills, not daring to hold back at all. Heavenly Rainbow Sword. The middle-aged man waved the long sword in his hand and released terrifying sword lights, one after another. Sky Demon Fist. The demon roared. Immovable Mountain. Terrifying divine abilities burst forth, and the crazy energy between heaven and earth swept towards the starry sky. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered disdainfully. Now it was over. Destroying the stars. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, the stars in the sky exploded in his palm. The entire universe turned into chaos. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely torn apart, and an endless black hole appeared. As for the 5 almighties, they were completely drowned by this violent energy. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy between the heavens and the earth lasted for an incense stick's worth of time before gradually dissipating. In Tianxing City, all the warriors were lying on the ground, their faces pale. When the energy dissipated, they stood up from the ground and looked at the sky in shock. In fact, they had already thought of this. With such violent energy, it was impossible for the 5 almighties to survive. However, they still had to verify their thoughts. Sure enough, when they looked up at the sky, the terrifying spatial cracks in the sky had already healed. However, the figures of the 5 almighties had already disappeared. Only clouds of blood mist were left in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell in Tianxing City. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned, because at this moment, their feelings could not be described with words. The 4 major families, hundreds of kings, and so many elite almighties were all killed in an instant. This scene was like a legend, and they could not believe it. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and landed again, returning to Tianxing City. Countless people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. The young people of the Zhao family also felt their scalps tingle. The elders of the Zhao family became extremely respectful. Among them, the Grand Elder hurriedly walked over. Their attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different. Before, they were all respectful of Lin Xian, but that was because of Morong Qingqing. However, things were different now. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed had definitely surpassed that of an elite mighty being. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the Almighties. Such strength was incomparably terrifying and worthy of their respect. The group, once again the group. Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian also made their intentions clear. You want to know the reason? Almighties. Hearing this, the first elder narrowed his eyes. Zhao Zhirua's eyes also flickered. This beast tide is indeed a little strange, but I really don't know the exact reason. The Grand Elder shook his head. You don't know? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were a little disappointed. They thought that with the status of the Zhao family, they should know something special. They did not expect that they did not know either. Then the Grand Elder left. Zhao Zhou also left, but before she left, she said, Junior sister Qingqing, don't be anxious. I'll help you ask around. Sure enough, half a day later, Zhao Zhuo returned again. She said, My grandfather wants to see you. Your grandfather? Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing looked at each other. Then Lin Xian asked, Is it a clue about the beast tide? You'll know when you get there. Zhao Zhirua smiled mysteriously. Then Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing followed Zhao Zhirua and left the pavilion, walking towards the depths of the Zhao family. The entire Zhao family was very large, so they did not reach their destination after walking for half a day. However, Lin Xian realized that the surroundings had already changed. The Zhao family in front of him was dotted with palaces and pavilions as if it was a palace. Behind them, there were very few sights. There were forests, mountains, waterfalls, and running water everywhere, as if it was a paradise. Not only that, he also realized that the spirit energy here far exceeded that of the outside world. Compared to the spirit energy outside the Zhao family, it was denser. There were even some spirit beasts around at any time. They were all cute and harmless. The little fur ball in Zhao Zhirua's arms was also whimpering. However, at this moment, Little White also came out of the black earth and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around with its big black eyes. Obviously, this little guy had smelled some spirit fruit. "Ah, you have a little white ball too." Zhao Zhirua turned her head and exclaimed when she saw Little White on Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked similar to Snowball in her arms, except that one was a monkey and the other was a lion. "Come here, I'll give you a spirit fruit to eat." Zhao Zhirua was very experienced in raising pets, so she flipped her palm and a red fruit appeared in her hand. When Little White saw it, it flew over with a whoosh. It jumped onto Zhao Zhirua's shoulder, hugged the spirit fruit, and chewed happily. Zhao Zhirua looked at it and liked it very much. However, at this moment, she realized that something was wrong. That was because the little lion in his arms actually began to tremble slightly. Its black eyes looked at Little White with a trace of fear. "What's going on?" Zhao Zhirua was extremely surprised. The little lion in her arms had a very strong bloodline power. It was born as a one-star king. In the future, it might even become a peerless demon king. Therefore, she liked it very much. She even took care of it personally. But now, this little lion with the potential of a peerless demon king was actually trembling. It was afraid of this monkey. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhirua gasped. What kind of background does this monkey have? Could it be even more terrifying than the little lion in my arms? She didn't know, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on the little white monkey. Little White hugged the spirit fruit, glanced at the little lion, and then made a face. Then, with a swoosh, it returned to Lin Xian's side. So fast! Zhao Zhirua was surprised that she could not catch the other party's trajectory. A mutant of heaven and earth. This was definitely a very terrifying mutant of heaven and earth. She did not expect that not only was Lin Xian powerful, but he also had such a terrifying pet. "Aya, little guy, long time no see." At the side, Murong Qingqing was also happy. She picked up Little White from Lin Xian's shoulder, hugged it in her arms, and kept rubbing it. "Awu, awu." The little white monkey looked like it was enjoying itself. Murong Qingqing was happy to see it. She followed Zhao Zhirua and hugged Little White in her arms. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked for a while. Buzz. Chapter 2268. Suddenly, two silhouettes flickered and appeared. They were wearing bronze masks and carrying two sharp swords on their backs. Their expressions were extremely cold. Their eyes, in particular, were emotionless. Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks as soon as the two figures appeared. Behind her, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also looked solemn. They could sense that the two people in front of them were definitely experts. "Seniors, I'm here on my grandfather's orders. These two are my friends. My grandfather wants to see them. This is a token." Zhao Zhirua took out her family's token as she spoke. In front of her, one of the masked men took the token and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and returned the token to Zhao Zhirua. Then the two figures flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! The leaves on both sides rustled and birds chirped. It was very ethereal. It was as if the appearance of the two masked men was a dream. "Let's go. My grandfather is right in front. However, the two of you have to follow me closely. Follow my footsteps. Don't make a single mistake. There's a formation inside. If you take the wrong step, it'll be very dangerous. Okay." Murong Qingqing smiled. Lin Xian also nodded. Then he looked around. Indeed, with his knowledge of formations, he discovered that there was an extremely terrifying formation in front of him. Although there was no light, it was extremely dangerous. There was only one way out. Next, Zhao Zhirua led the way. She did not walk in a straight line, but in all kinds of curves. Sometimes she even went backwards. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing knew that they were walking on the only way out of the formation. If they did not follow this path, they would immediately activate the terrifying killing formation under their feet. It took them an hour to walk through the formation. Finally, Zhao Zhirua heaved a sigh of relief. All right, there's no danger ahead. Let's speed up. In front of them was no longer a forest, but a grassland. There was even the sound of flowing water in the distance because there was a waterfall in the distance. On the opposite side of the waterfall was a huge lake that was embedded in the ground like an emerald gem. Beside the lake there was a figure. However, soon, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were stunned. That was because they thought they would meet an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. However, the scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. The figure in front of them was indeed an old man. However, he was dressed casually. He wore cotton clothes and a bamboo hat on his head. At this moment, he was holding a hoe and waving it in front of him. Moreover, it wasn't some terrifying divine ability. It was very ordinary, just like a farmer plowing the land. His trousers were rolled up, and the sweat on his face kept dripping to the ground. If it had not been Zhao Zhirua who had brought them here, if it had not been for the terrifying guards and the terrifying killing array, then they simply didn't believe that the old man in front of them was the old master of the Zhao family. That was because he was too ordinary. Such people could be seen everywhere in the countries of ordinary people. However, Zhao Zhirua was not surprised. With a smile on her face, she ran over. "Grandpa, I've invited him." Zhao Zhirua said softly. The old man stopped waving his hoe, stood up and wiped his sweat. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. "Please wait for a moment. I still have a little more to finish. We're not in a hurry, old master." Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also walked up and watched from the side. Murong Qingqing blinked curiously. Lin Xian glanced at it and was extremely surprised. That was immortal grain rice. Lin Xian was too surprised. That was a type of rice which was also an ordinary food. The rice in front of them was not ordinary. It was known as an ancient variant. That was because it contained pure spiritual energy when it was planted. It could be said that it was the same as spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, it was much more effective than ordinary spirit fruits. Moreover, it could be eaten as a meal. If one ate it from a young age, the foundation and physique would be unimaginable. He did not expect the old man of the Zhao family to be planting such a thing. Hearing Lin Xian's words, "Old master," Zhao raised his head again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You know about this?" He had read about it in books before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. "Can you give me a few stalks, old master?" Lin Xian asked. Old master Zhao laughed when he heard that. "All right, it's fate that we meet. I'll give you a few stalks." Lin Xian picked 10 stalks, then waved his hand and kept them. He cupped his fists and smiled, thanking the old man for his help. Next, old master Zhao continued to work on the unfinished ones. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing watched from the side. Gradually, the two of them became serious again. That was because they realized that old Master Zhao's every action was very ordinary, but there was an inexplicable charm to it. Returning to simplicity, the two of them were shocked. Old Master Zhao was definitely a terrifying expert, because there were very few people who could do that. After some time, old Master Zhao was finally done with his work. He put the hoe in his hand aside, took off the bamboo hat on his head, and said with a smile, "Please take a seat." The few of them sat by the old lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was sparkling. A gentle breeze blew, and it was very cool. "I've heard from Zhirua why you're here. The beast tide had started a year and a half ago. It had been intermittent, and it would come once every few months. However, there hasn't been a large-scale beast horde in Qianshan region yet. However, this matter has attracted the attention of all parties. We've investigated it. However, due to the lack of clues, we didn't find anything. However, after our analysis, this beast horde is indeed not ordinary. Moreover, the target of this beast horde is very obvious. They're all heading for the main cities. Among them, for main cities, including Wanran City, were attacked by the beast horde. The Nyanli dynasty also attached great importance to this matter and sent a large number of experts to help suppress the beast horde. They even caught a few peerless monster kings and wanted to search their souls. They found useful information. Unfortunately, after those peerless monster kings were caught, they immediately self-destructed and even sacrificed a few peerless mighty figures. It's very crazy. Therefore, we can't get any useful information at all. However, if you really want to know something, you can go to Qianshan City. That's also a main city. Maybe you can find some information there. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered when they heard that. They didn't expect it to be like this. Although they didn't get any exact information, they were sure that someone was secretly manipulating it. The self-destruction of the peerless monster kings was obviously to hide the information. It seems that the monster clans are making a big move recently. Moreover, they're attacking main cities. Their purpose is very obvious. Since they didn't get any information, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing didn't stay any longer. They stood up. Sorry to disturb you, old master. Then Zhao Zhirua left again with Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Chapter 2269. At this moment, although he was still wearing plain clothes, he was definitely not ordinary. The aura on his body was like a peerless divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of him, ripples suddenly appeared on the huge lake, rippling out in circles. Following that, countless water pillars rushed up, and a huge monster slowly appeared under the water. Whoosh! Water splashed all over the sky, and under the sunlight, it shone with a crystal clear light. A black shadow that was like a small mountain appeared in front of old Master Zhao. It was a turtle, a black turtle. Its body was as big as a small black mountain. Its head was incomparably ferocious, and it was as big as a house. On its back was a black turtle shell with mysterious patterns on it. Old man, you're dishonest. How dare you leak our information? The black turtle spoke in human language, and there was a hint of fierceness in its eyes. Humph! Old Master Zhao snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and his cold voice sounded. Leak information? What did I leak? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say anything, right? Cunning human. The black turtle slowly bent down, and its huge head came in front of old Master Zhao. The coldness in its eyes was like 10,000-year-old ice. Then what about now? Have you thought it through? No. This is an important matter, and I need to think it through carefully. If there's nothing, don't come out. Old Master Zhao said coldly with his hands behind his back. In front, the black turtle heard this and snorted coldly. However, its huge body slowly descended and disappeared into the water. Whoosh! Countless waves rolled, but with the disappearance of the black turtle, the entire lake returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Old Master, something bad has happened. In the Qiyu family, a figure hurriedly sent a report. What happened? He was flustered. The warriors of the Qiyu family were very confused. The patriarch of the Qiyu family also frowned. This time he had sent a large number of experts, and he had joined forces with the other 3 families. It could be said that it was foolproof. Even if the Zhao family made a move, they would be able to resist. Therefore, during this period, he had been patiently waiting for news. At that moment, he frowned when he saw how flustered his subordinates were. What have I always taught you? You have to be calm in the face of trouble. No matter what, my Scarlet Moon clan is still a big clan. Don't you know the rules of the clan? Hearing this, The subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Yes, Patriarch, I know I was wrong. The Red Moon Patriarch nodded slightly, then took a sip of spirit tea and asked indifferently, "What happened? Did you catch that brat?" "All he had to do was push him back." "No, that's not it. The people we sent were all annihilated. The 4 great clans were all annihilated." Clang! Hearing this, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch's body stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. The spirit tea in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The surrounding people were also stunned. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. The Chiyu clan member stood up and said coldly, "Damn it, what did you say?" "Say it again." This voice was like thunder piercing through the void. The entire house even exploded, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. The subordinate trembled in fear and directly knelt on the ground. "Patriarch, all our martial artists were annihilated. None of them came back alive." How was that possible? When the surrounding people of the Scarlet Moon clan heard this, they were all stunned and could not believe it. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's face was also ugly. To be honest, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. This time, he had sent nearly 100 martial artists. Moreover, he had joined forces with the other 3 great clans. With such a lineup, the Zhao family would not be able to annihilate them. Damn it, who was the one who did it? Could it be that there was a terrifying force behind that brat? It was not anyone else, nor was it the Zhao family. It was that brat who did it himself. He did it himself. Hearing this, everyone almost bit off their tongues. What a joke! A brat annihilated hundreds of kings with a raise of his hand? Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch was furious. He slapped his subordinate to the ground, causing the subordinate to vomit blood and lie on the ground. He struggled to say, "Patriarch, it's true." Everyone in Stellar Sky City saw it. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone in the city saw it. There was no way it could be fake. However, they still could not believe it. Could it be that the brat was a peerless mighty figure? A peerless mighty figure in his 20s. Heavens! Who exactly was that person? They did not dare to imagine. At that moment, an old man next to him frowned. "He's so young and so mysterious. That brat is very suspicious." "Third Elder, what are you trying to say?" the Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked. "Patriarch, have you forgotten? There was news from the prince's residence that a young demon king came from the Tai dynasty. He's the one who's wanted by the Tai dynasty. It's been confirmed that he's in the 9 Li dynasty. Do you think it's that brat? Is there a portrait of him?" The Scarlet Moon Patriarch took a deep breath. With this reminder, he really did remember. Not long ago, the Tai dynasty had joined forces with the 9 Li dynasty and released a notice nationwide. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch naturally received the notice. However, they did not take it to heart at all, and they did not intend to interfere. After all, it was rumored that he was a very terrifying person. He was able to escape from the Tai dynasty alone. One could imagine how terrifying he was. But now, the Third Elder's words made him suspicious. It might be that brat in front of him. Yes. The Third Elder raised his hand and cast a light screen. Then a figure appeared in the void. That was the wanted person. In the sky, there was a 3-dimensional image of a handsome young man. He didn't look very old, probably in his 20s. Is that the person? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked coldly. The subordinate, who was beaten to the ground, raised his head and looked at the void. Then he trembled. That's right. It's him. What? It's really him. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those elders were extremely shocked. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's pupils constricted. They did not expect that they had provoked such a terrifying demon king. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. So what if that brat is strong? This time, the Tai dynasty had sent a large number of peerless powerhouses to hunt that brat down. Moreover, it was said that those who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. It seems that we don't have to do anything to kill that brat. That's right. The surrounding elders all sneered malevolently. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for him to go against an entire dynasty. In their opinion, that brat would definitely die. Men, quickly send a message to the sixth prince. Tell him that we've found the murderer. Chapter 2270. Yes, a few subordinates hurried to do it. However, at this moment the Chi-Yu clan spoke again. Men, send someone to follow that kid. Don't show yourself. Just follow him secretly. Don't let that kid escape. Looking at the departing figures of his subordinates, the Chi-Yu clan's leader smirked. Humph, this is what you get for going against my Chi-Yu clan. And that Zhao family, let's see how you deal with them this time. Ninely Dynasty, White Cloud City. In the city, there was a manor that was extremely quiet. However, on this day, a few martial artists in battle armor descended from the sky. Their expressions were solemn as they walked over quickly. General, there's news. The three martial artists knelt on one knee, looking excited. In front of them, a valiant middle-aged man sat on a huge rock. When he heard the voice, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a blade. It was General Xianying. Have you found that kid's whereabouts? General Xianying asked. Found him. He's in Sky Star City in Qianshan region. Is the news reliable? Yes, it's from the Chi-Yu clan in Qianshan region. It said that the kid had a conflict with the Chi-Yu clan and even crippled their young master. The Chi-Yu clan sent out hundreds of kings, but they were all killed by the kid. Only then did they discover the kid's identity. Very good. General Xianying sneered. Since that's the case, let's do it. Send our men over and suppress the kid. Also, inform the people from Hell to take action. Hell might have already succeeded by the time we arrive. Yes, I'll do it now. Three figures soared into the sky, and General Xianying stood up as well. Kid, you won't be able to escape from me. Sky Star City, Zhao family. Since they couldn't get any news here, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing decided to go to Qianshan City to take a look. However, Zhao Zhirua hoped that they could play here for 2 days or at least tour Sky Star City. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing felt that a day or 2 wouldn't take too much time, so they agreed. On this day, the 3 of them went out of the Zhao family together. Young Master Lin, Junior Sister Murong, our Sky Star City is still very fun. The snacks here are delicious. Let me take you to have a taste. Stellar Sky City was huge and was divided into many regions. If Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were left alone, they might not be able to find it. However, Zhao Zhirua was familiar with the road and soon arrived. The streets ahead were bustling with noise and excitement. There were many martial artists in front of them. Moreover, all of them looked very excited and happy. Whoosh! The 3 snow lions stopped, and Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua walked down from the carriage. Looking at the sea of people in front of her, Murong Qingqing exclaimed, "There were so many people." That was natural because the food here was delicious. Look, there are quite a few kings and even almighties among these martial artists. They were all regulars here. Let's go. Zhao Zhirua led the way, while Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed behind. They looked at the food on both sides and swallowed their saliva. To be honest, one of them had been cultivating in the sacred ground while the other had been fighting nonstop. It could be said that they rarely had the time to visit the city, not to mention eating delicious food. Basically, apart from medicinal pills, Lin Xian only ate spirit fruits. Damn, it smells so good. I can smell it. The dark red dragon came out of the black earth and looked around while drooling. The little white monkey was also mumbling. He looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and threw it away. He looked around curiously with his big eyes. Damn, I want to eat this. The dark red dragon stared at a golden bird and couldn't move. That bird was as big as a house and was completely golden. It was currently being roasted on a huge fire rack. From afar, One could smell the fragrance of roasted meat. You guys have good taste. This is a 6-star king golden sparrow. Its meat is very fresh and contains powerful energy. Do you guys want to have a taste? A 6-star demon king. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. They didn't expect the food here to have such extraordinary origins. I want it. The dark red dragon didn't say anything and directly tore off a piece of golden roasted meat. Damn, it smells so good. Soon, the dark red dragon let out a hearty laugh. The little white monkey was also very curious and tore off a piece to eat. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Okay, I want it. Lin Xian directly bought the entire golden sparrow. This scene shocked the surrounding people. One had to know that this was a 6-star demon king. It was definitely expensive. Most people would only buy a small piece. Those who bought the entire golden sparrow were definitely rich, and they were rich to an unimaginable extent. This 6-star demon king was indeed expensive, but Lin Xian didn't care about such a small amount of money. I want to eat this. Murong Qingqing looked at the shop on the other side with her beautiful eyes shining. The group of people walked over. The dark red dragon directly lifted the house-sized golden roasted meat with its 2 dragon claws and ate it as it walked. The little white monkey directly lay on the roasted meat. Although it usually loved to eat spirit fruits, it couldn't resist the fragrance of the roasted meat. The shop in front was also doing very well. Looking at the layer of white, jelly-like things, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were curious. Shop owner, give us an introduction. Zhao Zhihua smiled. A middle-aged woman walked out. She looked at them and knew that they were of noble status, so she carefully introduced them. This is called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. It is made by mixing 13 types of spirit herbs and adding earth spirit liquid. There are a total of 3 types in this shop. There are 100-year-old, 500-year-old, and 1,000-year-old. The age naturally refers to the age when the 13 types of spirit herbs were grown, and the prices are from low to high, especially the 1,000-year-old ones. They were shocking. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. After all, 13 types of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were absolutely priceless. Lin Xian waved his hand and ordered 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed, "He's a tycoon, a real tycoon. He doesn't even bother to bargain when buying things." One had to know that people like them only wanted a 100-year-old spirit herb at most. Even the mighty ones would only buy a 500-year-old spirit herb. These people are ordering 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Even the mighty ones wouldn't dare to spend like that. However, the wealth in Lin Xian's hands was far beyond their imagination. Buying 5 bowls was not a problem at all. Soon, each person had a bowl, and they ate with relish. Just like that, they ate as they walked. The surrounding people were amazed. However, they also knew that the identities of the people in front of them were not ordinary. Zhao Zhihua was the daughter of the Zhao family, and they knew this young man. Not long ago, he killed the powerhouses of the 4 major families with a slap. He was definitely a peerless genius. It was not surprising that such a person would have such wealth. Chapter 2271. Lin Xian and the others ate and drank crazily along the way. However, at that moment, they stopped in their tracks. A hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. That was because many people had gathered in front of them, and there seemed to be some noise coming from them. Among them, a sharp voice pierced through the void. "Damn it! How dare you curse me? I'll tear your mouth apart." What happened? They were curious and decided to go and take a look. Thus they walked over. Soon, they discovered that there was an argument in front of them. One of the parties was an old man in a green robe who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. The other party was a sturdy middle-aged woman who was dressed very luxuriously. Moreover, the clothes she wore were even more dazzling. Just by looking at the necklace and ring, one could tell that they were extraordinary treasures. Obviously, She was a rich and powerful person. At that moment, the middle-aged woman, who was as strong as a bear, had her hands on her hips. Her eyes were filled with ferocity as she stared at the transcendent old man in front of her. "You're courting death, you bastard! How dare you say that I can't find a cultivation partner? Are you blind? I'm as beautiful as a fairy. How can I not find a cultivation partner? Damned liar! How dare you say that you can predict the world? Hurry up and return the money." The woman's voice was filled with endless power, causing the people around her to tremble. Obviously, she was an expert. On the other side, the transcendent old man looked helpless. He was holding a yellowed canvas in his hand. There were a few words written on it. "Immortal guides the way." He shook his head and sighed. "The heavenly secrets have already been revealed to you. How can I ask you to return the money? No, I'm risking the heavenly tribulation to reveal the secret to you. I have to collect some compensation. Old man, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. She reached out her hand and grabbed in front of her as if she wanted to grab the transcendent old man. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, she missed. The old man's body disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. However, he was obviously very displeased. The old man shook his head and sighed. All right, I'll take it that I'm unlucky. I don't want to fight you. So, I'll return the payment to you. Don't ask me for help if anything happens in the future." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and threw a supreme-grade, substandard divine crystal. "Humph! Liar! Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll show you." The middle-aged woman grabbed the top-grade, substandard divine crystal on the ground and left in a huff. When the surrounding people saw the scene, they wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. However, after the middle-aged woman, to Lynn S., was there even a need to calculate? She was clearly a tigress. Who would dare to duel cultivate with such a person? How's to? S.A. of the of course softs of twos, be to this old man, even claimed to be an immortal guiding the way. Why do I feel like he's a fraud? Initially, Lousy was fine with it, but when he heard the word liar, he was so angry that his beard straightened. He snorted coldly. "What do you people know? This old man has wandered the 4 seas, and his immortal tracks are untraceable. It wasn't easy for me to reach Stellar Sky City. Lynn to have to be the Lynns, to of the of course, be of me of A, to be of course." The people of the heavenly tribulation shook their heads in disbelief. They felt that he was an old liar. Therefore, many of them walked away. "Let's go too," Zhao Zhira said. She was not interested in such things. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others also turned to leave. However, at this moment, the sage-like old man in front of them shifted his gaze. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Zhirua. This was because the other party's attire was extremely extraordinary. With a single glance, one could tell that he was very wealthy. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Everyone, please listen to me." However, no one stopped. Lin Xian and the others did not stop either. It seemed that no one wanted to bother with this old liar. When the old man saw this, he pinched his fingers. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of Lin Xian and the others. "You're in a hurry. Can you listen to me?" Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others stopped in their tracks. This old man is quite fast. However, Zhao Zhirua obviously did not believe him. She said coldly, "We don't need any fortune-telling. Just leave." Murong Qingqing did not believe her either. Lin Xian shrugged, and the few of them prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the old man said, "Let me calculate. When you were 9 years old, something happened that changed your fate. When you were 13 years old, something happened that changed your fate again. 2 changes in your fate made you soar and achieve what you have today." Buzz. Hearing this, Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Countless runes flickered on her body. Her voice also became sharp. "Who are you? How do you know about me? She seemed to be filled with shock. It seems that the old man was right. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. Could it be that the old man really knows how to read fortunes? Of course. I did it. How about it? Do you believe me now? Hearing this, Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. Seeing this scene, the old man thought that they believed him, so he took a step forward and said in a low voice, I don't want to hide it from you. I can see that your complexions are extraordinary, but your glabella is dark. There seems to be a bloody disaster in the near future. Hearing this, the dark red dragon directly spat out the monster-king meat in its mouth. It bared its teeth and said, Old man, it seems that I deserve to hit you. You're too good at deceiving people. How dare you curse me? The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Little White was also unhappy. In addition, Zhao Zhirua's face darkened. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's mouths twitched. They originally thought that this person was some kind of expert. However, they did not expect that the second sentence revealed his true nature. He's obviously deceiving us. Old man, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zhirua shouted coldly. The dark red dragon at the side also sneered. Old man, how dare you cheat me of my money? You're courting death. Do you know who this girl is? She's a member of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the overlord of this place. How dare you say that she's going to face a bloody disaster? Aren't you afraid that countless mighty figures will hunt you down? Hearing this, the old man shrunk his neck and muttered in his heart, Damn, her identity is so precious. Could it be that I'm going to play big this time? However, his eyes flickered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, No matter how precious your identity is, there is indeed an incident that will affect you and even your family. If you don't handle it well, what nonsense. Zhao Zhirua's face was cold. This old man is too reckless. Chapter 2272. The old man was completely unaware. He looked at them carefully and said, All of you are doing this for the same reason. Then, his gaze swept past the few people. When he saw Lin Xian, his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously took a step back. You. He pointed at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian's face darkened. What does the old man want to say? The old man said it's all because of you. Kid, things haven't been going well for you recently. You seem to be being hunted down. Moreover, the danger hasn't been resolved yet. Let me predict that in the future, you will be hunted down by even more powerhouses. Lin Xian did not believe it at first, but when he heard that, he immediately frowned, because the old man was right. He was indeed being hunted down by Tai Dynasty, and Tai Dynasty was still looking for him. In fact, there was also the War Tribe. It could be said that the future would be very dangerous. However, other than him, only Murong Qingqing knew about it. Other than that, even Zhao Zhirua did not know about it. How did the old man in front of him know about it? Could it be that he was really an expert? Lin Xian was puzzled. At the side, the dark red dragon was also surprised, but he still snorted coldly. He threw away all the bones in his hand. He waved his dragon claws and said, Old man, tell me, who am I? If you can tell me, I'll believe you. The old man, Su Yixian, looked at the dark red dragon. There seemed to be mysterious runes flickering in his eyes. However, he was soon shocked and a look of fear appeared on his face. In fact, he even broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that, the dark red dragon asked, Old man, what did you predict? Su Yixian shook his head. I can't say. Stop pretending. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I'll roast you. The dark red dragon bared its fangs. Su Yixian said helplessly, You shouldn't exist in this world. What do you mean? How dare you curse me? The dark red dragon was furious. Shouldn't exist? Is my existence a mistake? He was very angry and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Xian. The old man wiped his sweat and said, Although your existence is a mistake, your existence will soon become reasonable. Acting all mysterious, the dark red divine dragon snorted in disdain. Lin Xian also frowned because he felt that those words made sense. This was because the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. That was a legendary mythical beast. Other than the dark red divine dragon, he had never seen a second real dragon. At most, they were related to dragons such as flood dragons and tyrannosaurs. However, there had never been a true divine dragon. If that was the case, the dark red divine dragon really shouldn't exist in this world. However, what did he mean by the existence of the future would become reasonable? Could it be that many dragons would appear in the future? Lin Xian still didn't know. However, he felt that the old man seemed to have some skills, so he said, "Old mister, take a look at it." As he spoke, he pointed at the little white monkey. Su Yixian looked at the little white monkey, but after a long time the reaction was the same as before. She had a look of horror on her face, and then she shook her head. Wooji wooji. Hearing that, Little White was also very dissatisfied and even threw the bone in her hand away. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the little white monkey's origin was very extraordinary. He had been suspicious because Little White did indeed have many magical powers. She could make people dizzy, was extremely fast, and even had a treasure bowl. More importantly, she didn't seem to need to cultivate much, and her strength would increase with time. That was really shocking. It could be said that the little white monkey was extremely mysterious, but Lin Xian still didn't know what kind of race it was. He originally thought that the old man would be able to see something, but the old man refused to say anything. Next, Su Yixian looked at Morong Qingqing and was also very shocked. He didn't say anything else except for one word, Phoenix. Morong Qingqing was surprised because she was indeed of the Phoenix bloodline, and not many people knew the secret. She didn't expect that the old man would be able to see through it. Could it be that the old man was really an expert? What about me, old mister? Lin Xian asked in the end. He felt that the old man was indeed extraordinary, and perhaps he could see something from him. Su Yixian finally looked at Lin Xian. However, this time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became incomparably pale. How was that possible? Su Yixian was extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. He said in horror, "No, I don't want to. I don't want the money. I want to live for 2 more years." Morong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? Why would he vomit blood just because Lin Xian was divined? That was too exaggerated. Old man, your acting is too fake. The dark red dragon curled its lips. Lin Xian also frowned. He asked, "Old mister, what did you see?" I don't know anything." "Little brother, I beg you, let me go. I really want to live for 2 more years." Su Yixian turned around and left. However, his voice drifted over. "What I said before is true. You've been in danger recently, so you should be careful." After saying that, he turned into a streak of white light and ran away in an instant. What did that old man see? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the old man had guessed the identities of the dark red dragon and the little white monkey. However, why did he vomit blood when it came to him? Ignore him, little Xian. He's an old liar. The dark red dragon snorted coldly at the side. Lin Xian also sighed. "All right, let's go." He felt that the old man might have some skills, but for some reason he could not tell them. If that was the case, then it was probably true that they were in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian reminded, "We should be careful." "Oh, right, senior sister Zhao, after today, we'll leave and won't return to the Zhao family. If anyone dares to cause trouble for the Zhao family in the future, you must cut off all ties between us. Just say that you have nothing to do with me, got it?" "What's going on? What happened?" Zhao Zhirua frowned. She had thought that the old man was just spouting nonsense, but judging from Lin Xian's reaction, he seemed to be hiding something. Lin Xian shook his head and did not say anything. However, he felt that he could not stay in the Zhao family any longer. He decided to walk around for a while more before saying goodbye to Zhao Zhuo. They were almost at the end of the road, so there were fewer people around them. However, at that moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. A terrifying, murderous intent surged. A hazy, smoke-like figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian. Chapter 2273. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and the people around him exclaimed. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Xian pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and blocked in front of him. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the attack collided with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, emitting a thunderous sound. The terrifying force pushed him back, but fortunately the ancient Dragon Abyss sword was a heaven-grade treasure sword and was extremely hard, so it did not shatter. However, the powerful force caused the blood in Lin Xian's body to churn. Damn it! Who was it? Could it be that the people from the Tai dynasty were here? Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also shocked, and Zhao Zhuo was even more surprised. Su Yixian said that there was danger. Could it be that they were going to verify it now? She did not dare to imagine. However, she quickly put up a defense, and a realm surrounded her. Murong Qingqing also snorted, and a terrifying light shot out from her body. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also looked around. Who was it? Come out! The dark red divine dragon roared. Don't let me catch you, or I'll roast you! Whoosh! At this moment, another flash appeared beside Lin Xian and was only 2 meters away from him. This time, Lin Xian finally saw the other party. It was a man in black, and his body was wrapped in a black mist. His face was also hazy, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, a black long sword was piercing toward him with a terrifying, murderous aura. Everything was too sudden. Zhao Zhuo, Murong Qingqing, and even Lin Xian did not expect it. The people around him were even more shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Lin Xian? He was courting death. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed hundreds of kings alone. Such terrifying strength made people tremble. Who would dare to attack him? But now, someone actually dared to assassinate Lin Xian. Boom! The terrifying sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light as it slashed towards Lin Xian's head. There was simply no way to dodge it, because this was a fatal blow. No one could have imagined that a second ago everything was fine, and in the next second such a terrifying killing intent would occur. Brat! The dark red divine dragon roared crazily and struck out with its dragon claws in an attempt to stop them. However, his opponent's speed was simply too fast. Older brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, also cried out in alarm. A terrifying radiance surged out from her body, and the Jade Lake's great divine ability was quickly launched. The entire sky was trembling. However, although this divine ability was very powerful, it couldn't save him at all. Buzz, Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a biting, cold, murderous intent stabbing towards him. The sword had yet to arrive, but that terrifying killing intent had already made his entire body turn cold. Get lost! Lin Xian roared when he saw that there was no way to dodge. In the next moment, the great dragon sword spirit erupted, and endless sword light emerged from his body. Between heaven and earth, there was the sound of a dragon's roar as streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom! The void in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying collision sound rang out. A blast of air turned into a mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky. The sky rumbled, and everything within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant, and the void split open as the cracks spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. Many people were directly sent flying by the blast of air. Not good. Retreat quickly. The dark, red divine dragon swung its tail and tore the void apart as it quickly retreated. Zhao, Zhirua, and Murong Qingqing were also surrounded by countless rays of light as they floated back like fairies. The terrifying sword light in front of them filled the 9 heavens. The entire place was in chaos, and it was impossible to see clearly. This scene naturally alarmed the entire Stellar Sky City. In an instant, countless powerful auras surged out like smoke signals. Immediately after, figures filled the sky and rose into the air. Who was fighting? Angry roars could be heard, but when they saw the terrifying sword light in front of them, they were all stunned. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that a peerless powerhouse was fighting? These people were extremely shocked, and their eyes were also fixed on the scene in front of them. Finally, the sword chi in front of them slowly disappeared, and the cracks in the sky also quickly recovered. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened even more, because the most critical moment had arrived. They wanted to know what was going on. Was Lin Xian assassinated? In particular, Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were even more nervous. In front of them, a figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and his face was cold. He stood there like a god of death. Brother Xian. Seeing this figure, Murong Qingqing immediately exclaimed, "That's right." The figure that appeared was naturally Lin Xian. His hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. The clothes on his body were pierced through. In front of him, there was a pool of blood. It was abnormally crystal clear, like blood jade. This was the blood of a powerhouse, and it was naturally different from that of an ordinary person. Damn it, could it be that he was injured? The dark red divine dragon's face also darkened. Where was this kid injured? They didn't know, and they were very nervous. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through all directions. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Qingcheng, be careful. That guy is injured, but he's not dead yet." What, that guy is injured? Hearing this, everyone in the distance was shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian could withstand such a terrifying killing move, and even injure the other party. His strength was heaven-defying. Murong Qingqing and the dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. But then they also became nervous. The other party was still there, and he had disappeared. This wasn't good news for them. That was because their lives could be threatened at any time. They couldn't completely block such a terrifying sword light. Lin Xian's face was even more gloomy because it was too dangerous just now. If it were anyone else, even a peerless powerhouse, they would probably be killed. Fortunately, he had the great dragon's sword soul. At the crucial moment, he resisted the other party and destroyed the other party's killing move. Moreover, he injured the other party. However, the other party's speed was very fast, almost not inferior to him. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he dodged the fatal blow. Damn it, who was it? Could it be an expert from the war tribe? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The threat that the other party gave him wasn't inferior to the Golden Lion King. In fact, it was even more intense. Although the Golden Lion King was domineering, it wasn't a sneak attack. And this person's sneak attack was impossible to guard against. If a peerless powerhouse wasn't careful, they would also die. No, it shouldn't be the war tribe. Lin Xian shook his head. This was obviously the behavior of an assassin. It was completely different from the war tribe's violence that was born for battle. Be careful, they're assassins, Lin Xian reminded, and the dragon's sword domain rose from his body. When Murong Qingqing and Zhao Zhirua saw this scene, they also quickly used their own domains. Buzz! Right at this moment, another shocking ray of light lit up. Chapter 2274. The terrifying killing intent emerged again, and the surrounding people retreated frantically. They had long pulled a safe distance away, but now their scalps were still numb, because the aftermath of this killing intent made their hearts beat wildly. They realized that if it were them, they wouldn't be able to dodge at all. "Qingcheng, be careful!" Lin Xian let out a long roar. He didn't expect that these killers would actually attack Morong Qingqing. It was really hateful. It was too fast, and he couldn't stop it in time, because he had just called out that sword light was still enveloping Morong Qingqing. Flying flower. At the moment of crisis, a jade lotus platform appeared under Morong Qingqing's feet, spinning rapidly, and petals danced in the sky. It was very dreamy. These petals contained endless power, completely enveloping her. Dang! Dang! Sure enough, in the next moment, that sword light collided with the dreamy petals, emitting the sound of metal colliding. The peerless killing intent was like the vast Milky Way, and the murderous aura soared to the sky. However, Morong Qingqing was even more extraordinary. The flying flower divine ability that she used was even more terrifying. This was a divine ability in the Western Emperor Scripture. Western Emperor Scripture. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground Scripture was a cultivation technique created by the Great Emperor, and its power was unfathomable. At this moment, when it was used, it was even more shocking. That shocking murderous aura was indeed unable to penetrate the petals that filled the sky. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, and countless cracks appeared. However, Morong Qingqing's side was completely unharmed. Countless petals enveloped her. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief, and then her pair of beautiful eyes exploded with light. Flying flower slash. Since her defense was ready, then it was time for her to counterattack. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the petals that filled the sky formed a sharp light that slashed down from the sky. Endless light flickered, and the void in front of her exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. However, that blurry figure was very fast and actually dodged in advance. However, the crisis was not over, because when Morong Qingqing was attacked, Lin Xian was also attacked again. Moreover, it was an even sharper and more terrifying attack. When Lin Xian saw Morong Qingqing being assassinated, he was furious. He let out a long howl, wanting to rescue them. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed the demigods and semi-devils to the extreme and dodged to the side. At the same time, the dragon's sword domain quickly slashed out streams of sword chi. Wong! Pung! This shocking sword light brushed past his body, but fortunately, the sword chi formed by the dragon's sword domain directly knocked away this terrifying sword light. This time, that figure disappeared extremely quickly. When the attack failed, it directly disappeared into the void, turning into strands of green smoke, disappearing without a trace. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. The other party actually dared to attack. This made him angry and frightened at the same time. Not just one assassin, but at least two. The dark, red divine dragon and the others also came to their senses and roared angrily. One after another, they unleashed their great abilities to protect themselves. Damn it, who is this person? Zhao Zhurua's face was incomparably ugly because this method had completely surpassed her imagination. Fortunately, the assassin did not attack her previously. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her to block it. The dark red divine dragon let out a long howl and waved its dragon claws. Immediately, a large formation flew out and completely enveloped Tianqing City. Above the sky, countless lights flickered. No one could leave without a sound. As long as those assassins wanted to escape, it would immediately discover them. However, those assassins did not seem to have escaped at all. However, they did not appear either. It was as if they had disappeared. What a terrifying concealment ability! Morong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She actually could not catch the other party at all. Who is this person? In the distance, those martial artists in Tianqing City were even more terrified. They retreated crazily, not daring to approach at all. What a joke! The two attacks from before were really too shocking. Even those peerless mighty figures in the city felt their scalps go numb. Boom! However, there were a few figures in the sky with solemn expressions. Among them, one was a dignified man wearing battle armor and standing in the void. He was the city lord of Tianqing City. At this moment, his expression was extremely gloomy. The other one was from the Zhao family. He was an old man wearing cotton clothes. His eyes were like divine lamps, illuminating all directions. He was old Master Zhao, whom Lin Xian had seen before. His expression was also extremely solemn. This was because he realized that he could not catch the traces of these assassins. Not only the two of them, but all the martial artists in Tianqing City were also using their own secret techniques, trying to find the other party's traces. This was because they were afraid that these people would come to their side. However, very soon, a series of exclamations sounded. "Damn it! How is this possible? I can't see them at all. I can't even catch a trace of their aura. Could it be that they had disappeared? Or had they already left?" They did not dare to imagine. Even those peerless mighty figures had ugly expressions on their faces. "Zhao," Zhirua snorted coldly. "Damn it, I can't find them. Who are they?" Lin Xian's expression was cold. His soul power quickly surged out and enveloped the entire Tianqing City. However, he could not find them either. This made his expression extremely solemn. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Suddenly, golden runes burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the dragon sword realm completely enveloped him, forming a layer of light. Outsiders could not see clearly at all. Lin Xian's eyes turned golden. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. This was because he realized that the other party was too terrifying. He had no choice but to use this trump card. Golden runes flashed in his eyes. After activating the heavenly secret divine eyes, the whole world was different. As expected, Lin Xian saw two illusory figures flashing quickly near them. Their speed was really shocking. Among them, a figure quietly came behind the dark red divine dragon. The killing sword in his hand was about to stab. "Humph! How dare you attack?" Lin Xian was furious. He was using the heavenly secret body now and could still see the other party. Therefore, he did not hold back anymore. He pulled out the ancient sword. A sharp sword light slashed down from the sky. Boom! This sword slashed at the side of the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. He thought that Lin Xian was going to attack him. However, he soon understood. He swung his dragon tail and instantly left the place. Boom! The sword light fell and the sky was split in half. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. This figure was surrounded by a black mist. He looked like a god of death from hell. However, in this sword light, the mist on his body was like a flame that was quickly extinguished. His true body was revealed. It was a man in black. He wore tight black clothes and a ghost mask on his face. Therefore, even without the black mist, no one knew who he was. Damn it, how could it be? Chapter 2275. Damn it, how was that possible? The mysterious masked man was also extremely terrified. He did not expect that the other party could hurt him. Could it be that the other party had discovered his tracks? But how was that possible? He could not believe it. He came from a very ancient and mysterious place, and his movement technique was passed down from ancient times. How was it possible that these people had discovered him? In the next moment, he turned into green smoke and disappeared again. Damn it! How dare you assassinate me? Go to hell! The dark red dragon was furious. If it were not for Lin Xian, he would have been attacked by now, although he was a dragon and had a strong defense. If he was hit, it would not be a joke. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily and spat out balls of dragon flames that covered the entire sky. However, the mysterious masked man did not appear again. What was going on? He was hit. Could it be that he had discovered him? No one knew that in the sky, two figures were communicating with each other through voice transmission. No one knew, but that kid must have been lucky. He could not have discovered us. The other person shook his head. There was a sword wound on his body, but it had stopped bleeding. Let's attack together and get rid of that kid. The two of them communicated secretly and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. No one around them knew what was going on. Even the dark red dragon and Murong Qingcheng did not know what was going on. However, Lin Xian sneered. Under the effect of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could clearly see the two figures. Naturally, he could also see the two blurry black figures charging towards him at high speed. Demon Seal. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand, and a terrifying killing move appeared and slashed in a direction beside him. Boom! As expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backward. When Lin Xian saw that he had hit his opponent, he snorted and used the chaotic sky destroyer sword again. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the entire sky in front of him. At the same time, a lotus flower flew out from his fingertip and flew behind him. It repelled the other masked man. What? He actually repelled it completely. How did he do it? Did he see it? Everyone was shocked. Even the heavenly Star City's city lord and old man Zhao had grave expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them did not see each other either. But why was Lin Xian able to see it? They could not understand. At the same time, they were extremely shocked, because what happened today was truly beyond their expectations. The two terrifying assassins were far beyond their knowledge. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lin Xian shocked them even more. Even now, they didn't know how the other party had locked onto the enemy. The two of them were shocked, but the two ghost-masked assassins were even more shocked. Originally, they thought that the other party was just lucky to have found them the first time. But this time they were dumbfounded. That was because the other party was able to accurately send them flying. This was definitely not a blind guess. Instead, it was because the other party had really discovered their tracks. But how was that possible? One had to know that the two of them were from an incomparably mysterious assassin organization. Their movement techniques were elusive, and even peerless powerhouses couldn't detect them. How did the other party, a young brat, discover them? They could not figure it out. However, there was no time for them to think, because Lin Xian held the ancient sword and attacked again. Boom! Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand and quickly swung it. Buzz! The priceless sword kept enlarging, like a huge mountain, pressing down from the sky. The terrifying, chaotic sword light shot straight into the sky. The void instantly collapsed, and the ghost-masked assassin who was injured earlier was enveloped by it. Humph! The ghost-masked assassin roared, and an incomparably bright light erupted from his body. He would use the black sword in his hand to quickly counterattack. Boom! The two collided, and the sound of 10,000 horses neighing was heard. Just the sound wave alone directly tore through the void. Although the ghost-masked assassin was powerful, he had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. This sword was extremely terrifying, and it contained Lin Xian's killing intent and anger. Therefore, in the next moment, the ghost-masked assassin was directly sent flying, vomiting blood. Not only that, his arm was instantly broken. That powerful energy had shaken his internal organs to the point where they were seriously injured. Damn it! The ghost-masked assassin's expression finally changed. In the process of retreating, countless black smoke rose from his body and then merged into the void again, disappearing. The ghost-masked assassin behind him was also shocked. After seeing Lin Xian's methods, he did not attack, but instead used the same method. He merged into the void and disappeared. They were ready to retreat, because they were assassins and they were good at killing. If they missed their target, they would immediately flee 1,000 miles away. This was the rule of assassins, and as the top assassins, they naturally understood. More importantly, the young man in front of them was too strange. It was as if he could find their traces, so they had no choice but to temporarily leave. Want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light of zero force burst out from his eyes. Previously, he was almost killed, so how could he let these two people leave? Therefore, in the next moment, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he charged over. The heavenly secret god eyes burst out, and a biting cold light flickered. Mysterious runes appeared, causing Lin Xian to lock on to the 2 figures. Boom! The ancient dragon sword was incomparably powerful, and coupled with the sharp sword chi of the great dragon sword soul, it instantly shattered the void. It was as if a peerless divine sword had slashed down. The entire sky was cut in half, and countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? The pupils of the 2 ghost-masked assassins shrank, and when they felt the sword chi descending from the sky, their faces became incomparably ugly, because just this attack alone was already not weaker than a peerless almighty. It seemed that this target was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Originally, they thought that with the strength of the 2 of them and their assassination techniques, they would be able to easily eliminate the other party. Now, it seemed that they had been careless and underestimated the other party. However, the 2 of them were not to be trifled with. With a roar, the 2 ghost-masked assassins burst out with unparalleled power, and then the 2 of them exploded with speed. Boom! In an instant, they dodged the terrifying sword light by a hair's breadth. However, very soon they screamed again, because after the sword light, the dense and terrifying sword chi in the sky descended from the sky. It was as if a huge dragon was dancing in the sky, sky-shattering. After a few more ultimate moves, the entire sky exploded. The 2 ghost-masked assassins could no longer resist. They were sent flying while vomiting blood. Speak, who are you? Chapter 2276. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even old Master Zhao, the city lord, and the peerless mighty figures felt their hearts skip a beat. That was because they did not find any traces of the 2 masked men at all. However, Lin Xian was able to capture their figures the entire time. That was too unbelievable. Moreover, the combat strength that Lin Xian displayed made their hearts skip a beat. That kid's combat strength was comparable to that of a peerless mighty figure. The 2 masked men in front took out pills and quickly swallowed them to repair their injured bodies. At the same time, their faces were gloomy as they circulated their inner force. Buzz! They waved their long swords and released a terrifying sword light. It flickered with a cold light and slashed directly at Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person spat out a black bead. The black bead continued to expand, and 18 skulls rushed out of it. Each of them was extremely ferocious as they charged at Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! However, it was useless. Under Lin Xian's long sword, everything turned into ashes. The 2 masked men vomited blood and were sent flying again. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the other party was too powerful. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and said coldly, "Since you don't want to tell me, don't blame me for searching your souls." As he said that, he used the demigods and semi-devils and charged at them at his maximum speed. Boom! The great dragon sword soul roared, and a terrifying sword light shot into the sky. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god that everyone looked up to. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, monstrous sword chi slashed down, and each of them was like a huge mountain. They carried an extremely sharp force and crushed the void. He released 36 sword chi in a row, and each sword chi was like a giant dragon that covered the entire sky. The 2 devil-masked men were forced to retreat again and again, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Countless sword wounds appeared on their bodies. One of them even had his arm cut off, almost splitting him in half. Damn it! Run! The 2 masked men's scalps went numb, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared into the void. They quickly escaped. Humph! Dark red Shenong snorted coldly and waved his dragon claws. Trying to escape? How could this be? He quickly activated the formation. The terrifying array shone brightly, cutting off all paths of retreat for the enemy. Puff! Another sword slashed down, and the devil-masked man with the broken arm was directly cut into two. The lower half of his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The upper half of his body roared ferociously. That pain almost made him faint. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's large hand reached out and enveloped him. Boom! Countless sword chi intertwined. First, it destroyed the opponent's spirit sea. Then it turned into countless runes that sealed the opponent. Lin Xian tossed him to the dark red divine dragon. Watch him well. I'll search his soul later. As he spoke, his footsteps flashed as he charged towards another masked man. Damn it! The other masked man was so scared that his scalp went numb. His companion had already been subdued by the other party. He didn't dare to resist such means. Therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth again and spat out a large black flag. The large flag trembled in the wind and turned into a 10,000-foot-tall mountain peak. Countless ghost chi filled the air. Countless ghost faces were roaring inside. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into hell. Obviously, that was a powerful bejeweled artifact. Explode! A cold voice sounded, and the powerful bejeweled artifact directly exploded. Terrifying energy filled heaven and earth, and the defensive formation was instantly torn apart. Countless black holes appeared in the sky. When the devil-masked man saw that, he smiled sinisterly and disappeared. In the next moment, the devil-masked man escaped from the broken black hole. Damn it, that guy was trying to escape. The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive as to self-destruct a top-grade treasure chi to destroy his formation. If the other party escaped, it would be impossible to catch him again. In fact, he had already lost track of the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His eyes flickered, and a sharp light burst out from them. Then he put away the ancient dragon abyss sword and held it in his left hand. A dragon-shaped longbow appeared. The ferocious dragon head roared, and its entire body emitted a blazing light. Endless energy gathered in his right hand and formed an arrow. Hum! Golden runes erupted from his eyes and locked onto the devil-masked man. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled the longbow into a full moon. An arrow flew out. Boom! Wherever it passed, space shattered. The arrow was extremely fast. The devil-masked man felt the aura behind him and was scared out of his wits. He used a secret technique and burned the blood in his body to escape. However, it was useless. The arrow pierced through his heart. Puff! The devil-masked man was nailed in the void. His body trembled and blood flowed out. It splattered on the ground, creating countless deep pits. That was the blood of a king. It was extremely terrifying. Impossible, the devil-masked man said with difficulty. He didn't expect the other party to be able to lock onto him and pierce through him. However, in the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Kid, you're dead meat. You can't escape. The sound made one's scalp tingle. Hum! At this moment, the devil-masked man's body suddenly expanded. A violent force instantly exploded and swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of the cultivators in Stellar Sky City changed. Such a violent force was enough to destroy Stellar Sky City. Furthermore, it was likely that all of them would be affected. It was very likely that they would be killed. Boom! Boom! However, Stellar Sky City was not to be trifled with. 108 stars suddenly lit up and circled in the sky, forming a powerful light screen. It completely enveloped Stellar Sky City. This was the defensive formation of Stellar Sky City, and it was extremely powerful. Therefore, although the devil-masked man's self-destruction brought about a large amount of energy, it was all blocked by Stellar Sky City's formation. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. feeling as if they had survived a disaster. However, Lin Xian and the others' expressions were extremely solemn because the other party would rather self-destruct than leave behind any clues. One had to admit that this group of people was too terrifying. Fortunately, they still caught a devil-masked man. At this moment, he was already sealed. As long as they searched his soul, they should be able to find some clues. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flashed out. They were the Stellar Sky City's city lord and the old man of the Zhao family. Behind them, a few peerless almighties were also rushing over. It seemed like they were also very curious about the devil-masked man's identity. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. At the same time, the sword qi in his body flowed into his body, and he returned to his true form. Ruffian dragon, search his soul. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the dark red dragon waved its claws and grabbed the devil-masked man's head, beginning to search his soul. The others waited patiently. The devil-masked man was sealed and couldn't resist at all. Chapter 2277. The masked man was sealed and couldn't resist at all. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. The masked man's body started burning on its own. Not only his body, but even his soul was burning, emitting a terrifying black flame that swept around. It pounced on Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and everyone around. Damn it! How could this be? The dark red dragon frowned. Why did the masked man burn on his own? They had already sealed him. It shouldn't be like this. The masked man could still use his power? He couldn't understand. But in the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and extinguished all the black flames. The people around him also used their own methods. Lin Xian even raised his hand and shot out a layer of frost, completely freezing everything. But soon, his face became extremely ugly, because the masked man in front of him had already burned into wisps of black flames and disappeared. Not only him, but the Sky Star City Lord and Old Man Zhao also looked serious. They originally wanted to investigate the masked man's identity, but now it seemed that the masked man was even more mysterious than they thought. This method seemed to be a restriction planted in their bodies by a peerless master. Once they encountered a method like soul capture, the restriction in their bodies would be activated and burn. The Sky Star City Lord said in a low voice, "It seems that the power they belong to must be very mysterious, and they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I don't think any secrets will be leaked." Not only that, the masked man's movement technique is even more strange. I can't even catch him. It's unbelievable. Old Man Zhao also said coldly. The other peerless masters also nodded silently. Indeed, they had investigated before, but they couldn't find any trace of the masked man at all. The masked man had a destructive restriction in his body, strange movement technique, and powerful assassination skills. These should be terrifying assassins. Which assassin organization did they belong to? Snow Wolf? Sky Devouring? Judgment? These peerless masters named several top assassin organizations, which were very famous in the Ninely dynasty. But soon they shook their heads. These organizations definitely couldn't find such terrifying assassins. Perhaps the assassins of those organizations were more powerful than the 2 masked men, but their assassination skills and terrifying movement technique were incomparable. After all, a movement technique that even a peerless almighty couldn't sense must be incomparably heaven-defying. The top assassin organizations in the country probably couldn't do it. What kind of organization was that? Could it be an assassin organization from another country? These people began to recall what kind of horrible killer organizations there were in the central continent. However, the dark red divine dragon frowned. With a wave of his dragon claw, countless rays of light gathered in front of him, forming a pattern of a ghost face. It was the mask worn by the devil-masked man. Seeing this scene, everyone raised their heads, extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also asked, "Ruffian Long, what did you find?" "This mask is very special. If my guess is correct, they should be people from hell. Hell. Hearing this, Zhao Zhirua and Murong Qingqing both frowned, feeling very confused. However, the eyelids of the Heavenly Star City's city lord and old man Zhao were twitching wildly. The other almighties thought for a while and suddenly came to a realization. Their faces turned pale instantly. No way could it really be that hell. Their faces were filled with shock. Grandpa, what was hell? Zhao Zhirua was very curious. She and Murong Qingqing were both from the younger generation, so they had never heard of this hell. Lin Xian also frowned. Hell? What a strange name. However, looking at the expressions of the dark red divine dragon and old man Zhao, he knew that this name was definitely not simple. These people were all peerless almighties. Just their names alone could make peerless almighties change their expressions. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the infernal realm was. On this true spirit continent, there were 3 extremely terrifying killer organizations that had been around for a long time. It was said that they had been passed down since ancient times. Hell was one of them. These people seemed to have really come from the 9 nether underworld, and they specialized in taking lives. No one who had been targeted by them could escape. Whether it was ordinary people or high and mighty kings, it was even rumored that they had successfully assassinated saints. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua gasped in shock. Even saints couldn't escape from their evil clutches? They were simply too shocked. It should be known that the most powerful people in the world right now were the invincible kings. They were all monarchs of a country, the true peerless experts. Although saints were rarely seen, any one of them could wipe out an entire region. They were existences that completely surpassed the invincible kings. Especially Lin Xian. He knew how terrifying saints were, because he had a saint's hand bone in his hand. It was just a small piece of bone, but it possessed unparalleled power. One could imagine how terrifying a complete saint was. Such a terrifying existence could actually be assassinated by Hell's killers, and they even succeeded. Just how terrifying was the infernal realm? They didn't dare to imagine. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhirua frowned. It shouldn't be. If Hell was so terrifying, it would definitely be known by the world like the 9 great dynasties and the Eastern Baron's sacred ground. But why have we never heard of it? It's very simple. Because they've already gone into hiding. Old man Zhao continued. 30,000 years ago, Hell's organization went crazy because they received a mission from someone. They actually assassinated 3 saint lords of the great sage land in a row, which completely infuriated the Eastern Baron sacred ground. Suddenly, all the sacred grounds of the Eastern Baron continent joined forces to fight against Hell's organization. No matter how powerful Hell was, it couldn't resist the joint attack of so many sacred grounds. As a result, Hell was dealt a heavy blow in an instant. However, Hell's organization was very mysterious. No one knew where their base was. Therefore, although they were heavily damaged, they weren't destroyed. For tens of thousands of years, they had been hiding. They didn't appear in the world. Who would have thought that it would appear again this time? What? They assassinated 3 saint lords. Why did all the powerful people in the Eastern Baron continent join forces? Lin Xian and the others' eyelids twitched. The people of Hell were really crazy. Saint lords were as famous as the monarchs of the 9 great dynasties of the Middle State. They were definitely supreme overlords. Even so, they were still assassinated. And 3 of them. One could imagine what kind of storm it caused in the Eastern Baron continent at that time. However, what was even more shocking was that the entire Eastern Baron continent couldn't destroy Hell. They could only suppress it. Just how terrifying was this Hell? They really didn't dare to imagine. Chapter 2278. That was because old Master Zhao had said that there were 3 major assassin organizations in the world, and Earth Prison was only one of them. The other 2 should be as powerful as Earth Prison. However, they had never heard of them before. Heavenly Court and the Human World. Heavenly Court, Earth Prison, and the Human World. The three top assassin dynasties were supreme existences that had been passed down since ancient times. The dark red dragon said in a deep voice, something like what had happened 30,000 years ago had happened more than once. Previously, the human world had assassinated the emperors of the 9 dynasties and succeeded. At that time, 4 emperors of the 9 dynasties were killed, which caused great anger. In the end, the human world suffered the same fate as Earth Prison. From then on, it kept a low profile and did not appear for tens of thousands of years. How could such a thing happen? Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the city, lord of Sky Star City, Old Master Zhao, and the others flickered. They had also heard of this legend, but then they frowned. As for the heavenly court, it's even more mysterious. We don't know what it's like now. There isn't even a legend about it. Nothing is left behind. Lin Xian frowned and asked again, Ruffian Dragon, do you know? The dark red dragon took a deep breath. I've heard of a legend. The heavenly court has been destroyed and no longer exists. What? It's destroyed? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Old Master Zhao, the city lord of Sky Star City, and the others were in disbelief. The heavenly court was the most powerful assassin dynasty. It was rumored that it was even more terrifying than the human world and Earth Prison. How could it be destroyed? That's right. Even Earth Prison and the human world survived such a terrifying attack. How could the heavenly court be destroyed? It couldn't be helped because the heavenly court was even crazier. They actually attacked the clan of the ancients. It was said that the heavenly court was very crazy and ambitious back then. They seemed to be carrying out a huge plan. Therefore, they attacked the clan of the ancients. Moreover, they successfully assassinated the peerless prodigy of the clan of the ancients. Even the prodigy of the war race was assassinated back then. In the end, some of the clan of the ancients were angry. They joined forces and activated 3 extreme weapons to destroy the heavenly court. What? How could such a thing happen? When old Master Zhao and the others heard this, they all sucked in a cold breath. Heavenly court's legacy, and the heavenly court had been destroyed. Murong Qingqing was even more shocked. Extreme weapons. Those were weapons left behind the great emperor. One was already heaven-defying. There was probably no one who could contend against 3 of them. A great emperor was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. His weapon was known as an extreme weapon, and its power was unimaginable. The power of an extreme grade weapon was unimaginably terrifying. Of course, without a great emperor, the extreme grade weapon would not be able to unleash its full power. Even so, if a peerless powerhouse used it, it would still be able to unleash a shocking attack. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had an extreme weapon, the West Imperial Tower. It was a weapon left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. It could be said that with the West Imperial Pagoda, no one would dare to attack the Jade Pool. After hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that there was such an ancient secret? Among them, Old Man Zhao, the Stellar Sky City Lord, and the others were even more astonished. How did the other party know a secret that they didn't know? Could it be that the other party's background was even more terrifying? Thinking of this, they all sucked in a cold breath. Kid, Hell hasn't appeared for a long time. They must be up to something big this time. Moreover, after this failure, they would definitely send even more terrifying assassins, because they wouldn't ruin their own reputation. You really have to be careful in the future. The dark red divine dragon reminded. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Being targeted by such a terrifying organization, one could imagine that the future would be much more dangerous. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Damn it, who was it that dared to send such a person to kill him? Needless to say, it must be those people from the Tai dynasty and the War tribe. Otherwise, ordinary families wouldn't be able to afford such terrifying assassins. Tai dynasty, don't let me meet you or you'll be dead. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He felt that he couldn't stay in Stellar Sky City any longer. He had to leave quickly, and go to Qianshan City to see if there was any news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. If there wasn't, he would immediately leave this place. In short, he couldn't be pursued by the people from the Tai dynasty anymore. I'll help you find out who leaked the news, Murong Qingqing also said coldly. As the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground, she had a lot of power. However, in order to keep a low profile, she was generally unwilling to show this kind of strength. But now, someone dared to threaten Lin Xian's life. She couldn't care less. Senior sister, help me contact the people from the Jade Lake here. Okay. Zhao Zhura nodded and quickly went to contact the people. There was nothing she could do about it. Although she was the senior sister, Murong Qingqin was way more powerful than her. Because the saintess of the Jade Lake was the future master of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Such a status was extremely noble. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, for figures appeared in the sky. They were 4 beautiful women. As soon as they appeared, they shouted respectfully, "Saintess, go and find out who is in contact with the Tai dynasty. At the same time, pay attention to the people from the Kai dynasty. See what they've been doing recently. Also, find out the whereabouts of the Hell Assassin." Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice, then waved her hand. Buzz! The 4 beauties in front of her hurriedly turned into 4 streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They had to admit that the Jade Lake sacred ground was very powerful and terrifying. This was not the eastern wilderness and was not their territory. But soon they found out about this matter. Reporting to the saintess, the matter has been investigated. The people from the Tai dynasty found traces of young Master Lin, and this secret was leaked by the Qiyu clan. Qiyu clan? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Murong Qingqing also asked in a deep voice, "Then, is there any other news about the hell?" "No." The beauties shook their heads. "The hell is too mysterious. We can't get any information at all. All I know is that they were hired by the Tai dynasty for this mission." "Okay, I got it. You can leave." Murong Qingqing nodded. The beauties turned and left. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Qiyu clan was truly courting death. If we weren't strong enough, we would have been killed. Damn it, I won't let them go. Are you going to attack the Qiyu clan? Murong Qingqing asked. I'll help you. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You have a special identity. It's not suitable for you to take action at this time. After all, the Qiyu clan could contact the Tai dynasty. There must be other forces behind them. It's not suitable for the Jade Lake to get involved. But I don't have so many scruples. Chapter 2279. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Old Man Zhao, the mayor, and the other almighties felt their eyelids twitch when they sensed the aura. The young man's aura was too terrifying. It seemed that the Red Moon clan was in trouble. Qingcheng, stay with the Zhao family for a while. I'll make a trip to the Red Moon clan. We'll leave once we're done. All right. Murong Qingqing nodded. She was not too worried. With Lin Xian's means, even if he encountered an almighty, he could easily escape. Ruffian Dragon, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and turned into a ray of sword light that shot up into the sky. The dark red divine dragon also waved its tail. The two of them shot up into the sky and disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing stayed with the Zhao family for the time being. Red Moon Clan. The clan leader, Red Moon Soul, was leisurely swirling his wine glass. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dancing beauties in front of him. Based on the time, the people from the Tai dynasty should have made their move by now. He reckoned that the brat was very likely to be killed. Humph, what an arrogant kid. How dare he go against my Red Moon clan? I can kill him with a flick of my finger. Red Moon Soul was very happy. This time, his clan did not have to do anything. They could get rid of a strong enemy. For them, this was the best outcome. other than Red Moon Soul. The other clan elders and young talents were all present at the banquet. That was because they wanted to celebrate. Today was the day they got their revenge. At this moment, when they heard Red Moon Soul's words, the other clan elders laughed. No matter how strong that kid was, he could not fight against the Tai dynasty. It was said that the Tai dynasty had sent out countless experts this time. It would be easy for them to kill that kid. They did not expect that kid to be so crazy. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. Crazy? He's just an idiot. Many people sneered. That Scarlet Moon Ku also came. At this moment he was lying on a chair. Although his injuries had not recovered, his eyes carried a terrifying light. He was very excited because today the kid who injured him was finally going to be killed. How could he not be excited? Although he didn't personally deal with it, the fact that the other party was killed by the Tai dynasty could be considered as his revenge. The group of people drank and chatted happily. They were all very excited. There were even a few elders who decided to go to the Tai dynasty to see how the kid was killed. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and covered the entire Red Moon Mansion. Damn it! What happened? Sensing this change, everyone's expression changed. One by one, they stood up and looked at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart. A terrifying crack appeared, extending for thousands of miles. Then, a divine sword fell from the sky. In the sky, the gigantic sky, piercing divine, sword descended, like a blue sky. That aura was extremely sharp, causing all the warriors of the Red Moon clan below to raise their heads. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless sword chi rushed into the sky. A large number of buildings fell, the ground cracked, and the surrounding palaces turned into ashes in an instant. Screams were heard and blood spurted out. Countless people fled. However, they were soon pierced by the sword chi. In an instant, the entire Red Moon clan was split in half. Half of them turned into ashes in an instant. An endless pit appeared on the ground, as if it was the 9 nether hell. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. A gigantic sword was inserted into the ground. It emitted a monstrous aura that could destroy the 9 heavens. Damn it! The elders and young geniuses of the Red Moon clan who were watching the performance at the banquet all stood up and roared crazily. The Red Moon Soul let out a long roar, and his body emitted a terrifying divine light. Who dares to attack the Red Moon clan? He was angry. He was really angry, because he never thought that someone would dare to attack the Red Moon clan. Moreover, the method was so sharp. When the sky-piercing divine sword descended, they didn't even have time to react. Moreover, the sky-piercing divine sword was too terrifying. In an instant, it shattered their clan's defensive array and sunk half of their mansion. Countless Red Moon clan martial artists were killed. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air. Damn it! Kill! Kill them all! The Red Moon Soul roared. The surviving elders and martial artists all rose into the air. They were murderous and their eyes were bloodshot. They were like demons. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Angry roars could be heard. These elders and martial artists were murderous, and their bodies glowed brightly. Terrifying attacks rushed in all directions. Among them, there were even more people who attacked the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. Since they couldn't find the person, they had to destroy the sword first. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot as they attacked crazily. Boom! Boom! Dozens of elders and hundreds of young geniuses attacked in a frenzy. Divine abilities appeared one after another, and the violent energy could destroy everything. Boom! 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 The energy that filled the sky collided with the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them, and it produced a rumbling sound. Soon, their faces became extremely ugly. because such violent attacks did not cause any damage to the sky-piercing divine sword. In fact, there was not even a trace of a crack. Instead, their actions angered the sky-piercing divine sword even more. Buzz! Light surrounded it, and endless sword runes flickered. Terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. There was even a loud dragon roar. Boom! 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 Ah! 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 Screams could be heard. Many martial artists were penetrated by the sword chi again. Some were directly split in half. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? Everyone went crazy. The young martial artists did not stop retreating. The elders' faces were also extremely pale. The Red Moon Soul's eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Set up the array. At the same time, gather all the survivors. Attack with all your might. He roared, and 18 silver flags appeared behind him. On each flag, light bloomed and runes rotated, emitting a terrifying aura. With a wave of his hand, the 18 flags expanded in the wind and turned into towering mountains. They stood on the ground and completely surrounded the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. This was one of the Red Moon Soul's Dharma treasures. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, when the 18 silver clouds combined, they could form a terrifying array that sealed everything. As expected, when the 18 flags fluttered in the wind, silver runes that filled the sky enveloped the sky-piercing divine sword, isolating all auras. Phew! Seeing this scene, the elders and young geniuses all heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 2280. They quickly set up matrices and joined forces, preparing to completely seal the peerless divine sword in front of them. Boom! However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. That was because the peerless divine sword in front of them suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Endless rays of light turned into giant dragons and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the 18 silver flags were cut in half. Boom! 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 The energy explosion swept across the sky like a wave. Many people were hit again and did not even have time to scream. The others went crazy and unleashed several light barriers to defend themselves regardless of the price they had to pay. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you go against the Red Moon family? Do you really want to die? The Red Moon family is the 6th prince's people. A series of frenzied roars could be heard, but no one answered them. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded in the sky. The Red Moon family? Are they very powerful? How dare you secretly frame me? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being tortured. A cold voice sounded, and then 2 figures quickly descended. Whoosh! Soon, the 2 figures stood on the peerless divine sword. One of them was a handsome young man in red, and the other was a dark red divine dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. What? It's you! You're not dead. When everyone saw the figure in front of them, they were all stunned and screamed crazily. How could they not recognize him because he was the enemy that they gritted their teeth and wanted to kill? However, wasn't he captured by the people of the Tai dynasty and brought back to be punished? Why was he here? That was impossible. Could it be that the people of the Tai dynasty had failed? They did not dare to imagine. Damn it, it's him. Father, kill him. You must kill him. In the crowd, Red Moon was lying on the ground and roaring crazily. At that moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he roared crazily. However, when Lin Xian heard that, he sneered disdainfully. You still want to kill me? Do you have the right to? He was indeed angry. If the Red Moon family had not tipped him off, he would not have attracted the assassins from hell. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, he would have been killed by such a terrifying assassin. He was not the only one. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Huo would probably be killed. However, all of this was because of the Red Moon clan. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he had no intention of letting the Red Moon clan off today. He even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone a small Red Moon clan. Do you have any last words? Leave them. If not, you can all go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He stood on the ancient dragon abyss, sword like a sword god, exuding a peerless killing intent. You want to kill us? He really overestimated himself. Red Moon snorted coldly. Everyone listen up. Kill him at all costs. Die, brat. The three great beings joined hands and lunged at him in a frenzy. A golden spear, a green saber, and a black shield. The three mighty figures were very fast and arrived in front of Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. The golden spears in their hands transformed into golden lightning that filled the sky and surged forward. The green saber turned into a dragon and slashed down crazily. The black shield continued to enlarge and turned into a black, demonic mountain. It crushed the void and enveloped Lin Xian. The three elders were all elite great beings. When they attacked, terrifying energy surged and terrifying light pierced through the void. However, it was useless. Lin Xian waved his hand and countless sword qi gathered, forming a sword shadow that he grasped. Buzz! It slashed forward. Boom! The sword qi was resplendent, like a comet. The golden light was split apart in an instant. The golden spear was split in half. Clang! The green saber was broken. Boom! The black shield was penetrated, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The three elders were sent flying while vomiting blood. However, 3 more bloody wounds appeared on their necks, and 3 heads flew up. What? They were killed. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Those were 3 elders. The 3 elite almighties were killed in an instant. What kind of method was this? They could not believe it. Damn it. Go. Kill him for me. Don't attack alone. 5 in a group, 10 in a team. Kill him. Red lunar spirit roared crazily. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, dozens of elders rose into the air. The hundreds of young geniuses behind them also attacked. Whoosh! The 3 elders formed hand seals and opened their mouths to spit out blue light that filled the sky. It turned into a terrifying wave as it surged forward. Boom! The 4 elders waved their hands quickly. Endless flames on their bodies pierced through the clouds and formed a fire qilin that roared in all directions. 8 symbols formation. The 8 elders quickly formed hand seals and formed an array formation that descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. The hundreds of elite geniuses attacked even more crazily. Fire, lightning, vines, one after another, mystical spells and divine abilities were launched at high speed. The light was dazzling like fireworks. The entire sky was completely covered and no one could be seen. There was only light dancing in the sky. Buzz! Roar! However, at this moment, a dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sword vibrated and everyone's weapons trembled as if they were about to leave their bodies. Damn it, how could this be? Everyone held onto the weapons in their hands tightly, their faces full of fear. Boom! In the next moment, their pupils constricted as they saw the void in front of them split open. A huge ancient sword swept over quickly. It was like a dragon swinging its tail. It was extremely terrifying. The divine powers, light, and array formation that they had formed were instantly torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Boom! 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 Everything was cut into pieces. Hundreds of martial artists were split in half in an instant. More than a dozen elders vomited blood. The remaining people frantically retreated, their faces full of fear. Patriarch, he's too powerful. Let's run. The remaining elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Use the Red Moon technique, and I'll deal with him personally. Red Moon spirit roared angrily. A sharp light burst out from his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. As the patriarch of the Red Moon family, he was a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, seeing that the other party was extremely powerful, he finally took the initiative to attack. A red armor appeared on his body, and a bright light shot into the sky. Not only that, a red scimitar appeared in his hand. It was like a red moon and emitted a terrifying aura. The remaining dozen or so elders and the remaining few hundred young elites also quickly formed a formation. Chapter 2281. A massive matrix appeared in the sky. Like a heavenly map, it completely enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon. The Crimson Moon Formation. It was the most terrifying formation of the Crimson Moon family. Everyone entered the formation, regardless of their cultivation base. Crimson Moon roared. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The surviving members of the Crimson Moon family rushed over in large numbers. They kept landing outside the formation. They were all ordinary warriors, and some of them were not even kings. However, at this moment they could not care less. All of them poured energy into the formation as if they had gone crazy. The Crimson Moon family was a large family in Qianshan domain. There were even more kings, numbering over 1,000. As for the ordinary disciples of the family, there were millions of them. However, Lin Xian had killed half of them with a single slash of his sword. Coupled with the surrounding energy waves, there were only a few 100,000 people left. However, the combined power of these several 100,000 people was still very terrifying. Moreover, they were supported by the formation. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Seeing that the Crimson Moon formation was activated, Crimson Moon finally heaved a sigh of relief. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Brat, so what if you're strong? I don't believe that you can contend against my family's formation. Kill." With a furious roar, Crimson Moon held the red scimitar and charged over. At the same time, the Crimson Moon formation activated. A terrifying energy surged out and charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. The energy was too terrifying. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to withstand it. They would definitely be killed. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. The great dragon, sword soul in his body, circulated crazily. Ruffian dragon, attack together! I can't wait any longer. The dark red dragon let out a long roar, emitting a terrifying aura. The dragon's roar caused everyone's hearts to tremble. In an instant, 7,000 cultivators with low cultivation bases exploded into a bloody mist. More people felt their scalps go numb. However, at this moment, the formation had already been activated. Rays of piercing red light enveloped all of them. Only then was the formation able to withstand the dragon's roar. However, the dark red dragon had more than that. He was a real dragon, and he had countless great divine abilities. In an instant, terrifying divine abilities were unleashed, bombarding the Crimson Moon Grand Formation in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. Terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. All the energy that came close would be destroyed. At the same time, he charged towards Red Lunar Soul. Boom! Spirit Red Moon snorted coldly as a blood-red moon appeared behind him. It was dazzling. This was his king's domain. At this moment, it had transformed into a blood moon that continuously rotated. Red light swirled in the sky, forming a terrifying killing intent. It was as if it could suppress everything. Humph! Lin Xian also unleashed the dragon, sword domain. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into an azure dragon under his feet, bringing him along as he flew quickly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Red Moon's spirit. As the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, chaotic sword chi gushed out. Clang! The Red Moon spirit saber blocked the attack. The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, emitting a sonorous sound. Thunder and lightning fell all around, shattering the void. Then, the two retreated 300 meters each. So valiant! Lin Xian was shocked. This red lunar soul was indeed worthy of being the family head. His strength was indeed terrifying. On the other side, red lunar soul's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. The other party was actually able to contend with him. It was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, how was this possible? He couldn't believe that a brat actually had the combat strength of a peerless almighty. This made him crazy. In the next moment, his eyes turned red and the full moon behind him rotated crazily. Red moon / go to hell. As the saber slashed down, a red light flickered. A gigantic moon rose up in the sky and shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. It was like a demonic wheel that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. In an instant, the terrifying blood moon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and punched out. Burning Sun Fist. This was a great ability of the war tribe. At this moment he used it. In the sky, countless black flames jumped, forming a black sun that burned fiercely. Boom! 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 The sun and moon collided and the world was dark. Terrifying energy erupted. Both of them raised their domains and blocked the energy impact. Clang! In the next moment, the red lunar treasured saber and the ancient dragon abyss sword collided, erupting into thousands of rays of light. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and a terrifying sound wave shook the surroundings. The red lunar family's warriors in the distance screamed, their ears bleeding as they kept retreating. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The originally broken mansion became a mess once again. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged blows, and the sound of thunder was endless. Damn it, how could he block it? Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning with flames. He was going crazy with anger. He was the leader of a family, and he was powerful. He was a peerless almighty. Moreover, at this moment, he was going all out. Logically speaking, killing the younger generation should be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party was incomparably powerful and was actually able to fight evenly with him. In fact, there wasn't even any sign of defeat. Damn it, go to hell! Red Lunar Soul roared, and his eyes were cold. He opened his mouth and spat out balls of red flames that burned in the sky. Red Lunar Divine Fire. The terrifying flames filled the void, piercing through space, and quickly pouncing towards Lin Xian. This divine fire was a special ability from his family. It was formed by endless moonlight and the earth's spiritual fire. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty of the same level wouldn't dare to resist it. Anyone below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes. Kid, go to hell! Red Lunar Soul sneered and controlled the endless divine fire. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted. Endless ice aura burst out from his body, and a huge ice goddess rushed out. The wings flapped, and the world was sealed in ice. The entire space turned into a world of ice. Boom! Boom! The ice and fire collided, and a terrifying power erupted once again. It was blocked again. In the distance, Red Lunar Soul was shocked. When the other family members saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They were very clear about the strength of their leader. He was extremely powerful. But now, he couldn't do anything to the other party. This made their hearts go cold. Could it be that the other party was already so heaven-defying? Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, they didn't have time to think too much, because a terrifying force bombarded the array, causing them to vomit blood. Tens of thousands of warriors vomited blood at the same time. The blood gathered into a sea of blood in the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha! You want to fight against me with just trash like you? You're overestimating yourselves. The dark red divine dragon laughed wildly in the air, like a peerless demon king. The other red Lunar Soul Clan warriors' faces were abnormally ferocious. Kill! Kill for me! Kill this damned loach! A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy to the extreme. He didn't expect that his red lunar divine fire couldn't cause any harm to the other party. Chapter 2282. Death Saber. Go to hell. 36 saber lights appeared in the sky. Each of them was 1,000 meters long, burning fiercely and carrying a terrifying power. They fell at the same time. Boom! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The power of this move was definitely enough to threaten him. Therefore, he quickly used the demigods and semi-devils and dodged instantly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the place where he was standing collapsed. One black hole after another quickly appeared and flickered in the sky. Although he was not hit, the aftershock still hit him. It caused the blood in his body to surge. As expected of the patriarch of a family, he was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. In the next moment, he used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed upward. Buzz! This sword light was too fast. It was like lightning, and in an instant, it slashed toward Red Lunar Spirit. So fast! Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. To be honest, he had never seen such a fast sword before. He knew that he could not dodge it. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Endless light erupted from his body, and a red armor instantly covered his body, completely enveloping him. Clang! In the next moment, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Sparks flew and pierced through the void. The powerful force sent Red Lunar Spirit flying once again. After flying for a few thousand meters, Red Lunar Soul finally stopped. But soon he sneered, "Kid, it's useless. This is the Zhan family's top-grade treasure, the moon armor. You can't break it at all." Red Lunar Spirit looked up to the sky and laughed, his expression extremely ferocious. "You can't break my defense. Next, watch how I kill you." This moon armor was the treasure of the Red Lunar Spirit family. There were only 2 of them. One of them was on him. With his cultivation and this armor, his opponent would definitely not be able to break it. He did not believe that his opponent had the same level of armor. Therefore, in his opinion, his opponent was still inferior to him. As long as he attacked with all his strength, he could definitely kill his opponent. Buzz! Sure enough, he did the same. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and quickly attacked. "Can't break your armor? You're thinking too much." Lin Xian sneered. So what if his opponent had a top-grade, earth-grade armor? He had a heaven-grade treasure in his hand. He could definitely break through his opponent's defense. Sure enough, in the next moment, runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and the terrifying great dragon sword soul within his body erupted once more. Battle song. The terrifying sword light streaked across the sky and landed on Red Lunar Spirit's body. The moon battle armor on his body emitted cracking sounds as countless cracks appeared. A terrifying gash appeared on the armor, and blood spurted out instantly. What? It was broken. This was impossible. When the clansmen in the distance saw this scene, they all went crazy. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was the armor of the moon. It was extremely terrifying. Even mighty figures of the same level might not be able to break it. However, this brat actually sliced it open with a single sword. Damn it, how could this be? Red Lunar Spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. This sword strike had injured him. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it still affected him, especially the sword chi on the wound. It was actually impossible to erase it. Damn it, how could he break through my armor? Red Lunar Spirit simply couldn't understand. This was a top-grade battle armor. What grade of weapon was that sword in his hand? His eyes were filled with madness as he stared straight ahead. Brat, this treasure sword of yours is mine. To be able to cut through his armor. The grade of this treasure sword must be even more terrifying. If he could obtain it, his combat strength would definitely increase again. Even now, you still dare to have designs on my treasure sword? Looks like you really don't know what's going to happen to you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He felt that it was time to end the battle. In the next moment, the sword light on his body became even sharper. A shocking sword chi swept in all directions. Not good. Red Lunar Spirit's scalp went numb when he saw this. In the next moment, he also roared angrily. The blood-red moon behind him spun rapidly, erupting with countless rays of light that entered his body. Kill! The blood-red moon hung in the sky. Red Lunar Spirit's combat strength soared again as he quickly charged over. However, Lin Xian did not meet the attack. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Buzz! In the next moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Floating light. Buzz! Red Lunar Spirit's body stiffened. He felt that his soul seemed to be attracted to a strange place. In the next moment, his eyes turned blank and he stopped in midair. Sky-shattering. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword enlarged to 100 feet long and slashed fiercely on Red Lunar Spirit's body. Red Lunar Spirit immediately spat out blood and flew backward. The armor on his body was shattered and his flesh was badly mutilated. Boom! His body was like a meteor that smashed into the ground, bursting out a few thousand meters long cracks. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant. The sky was filled with dust and fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Patriarch! Damn it, this is impossible. They roared crazily, their faces full of shock. Why didn't the Patriarch dodge? They could not understand. How could they know that Red Lunar Spirit was under an illusion and instantly lost himself? Buzz! Lin Xian succeeded and did not stop. On his fingertips, the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and flew down, forming a blue and black energy ball and exploding fiercely. Ah! Red Lunar Spirit screamed. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from his body. The sword and the Hell's Ice Lotus had caused him serious injuries, but fortunately he was a peerless almighty and was not killed. However, it still made him crazy. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. He was angry, really angry. He did not expect that he would fall so badly in the hands of a brat. Buzz! In the next moment, countless blood-colored patterns appeared on his body and formed a mysterious rune above his head. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful soul attack. But this time you can't hurt me at all. This mysterious rune looked like a pagoda that completely protected Red Lunar Spirit's soul. At the same time, Red Lunar Spirit laughed sinisterly. Don't think that only you can use soul attacks. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my power. He was like a god of death as he quickly rose into the air. As he walked, he swallowed countless pills to heal the wounds on his body. Tens of thousands of rays of light wrapped around him and quickly healed him. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles gathered towards his body. Soul-slashing blade. With a roar, the blade slashed down. Between heaven and earth, an invisible force rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul trembled. He felt a terrifying danger. However, there was no blade light between heaven and earth. This was a soul attack. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that this was definitely a terrifying soul attack. He did not expect that the other party really had such a method. In the next moment, the heavenly secret god eyes rotated and endless Tao patterns appeared, allowing Lin Xian to finally see clearly. A transparent saber light surged towards him. Buzz! His body swayed and quickly dodged. It's useless, you can't escape. Chapter 2283. It's useless, you can't escape. The soul-severing blade slashed your soul. No matter where you run to, it will chase you. Red Lunar Spirit did not attack again. His face was pale as he panted heavily. It was obvious that using the soul-severing blade consumed a lot of his energy. For a short period of time, He would not be able to attack again. However, he was not afraid. The moment the soul-severing blade appeared, the other party was already flustered and had no chance to attack him. He took advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Damn it! Sure enough, Lin Xian dodged everywhere and found that the soul-severing blade was still chasing him. It was like a blade of death hanging above his head. Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian stopped abruptly and turned around. Mysterious golden runes flashed in his right eye and burned his soul. Whoosh! The terrifying soul-severing blade that ordinary people could not see suddenly burned. Damn it! How could this be? In the distance, Red Lunar Spirit, who was still recovering from his injuries, suddenly trembled and roared crazily. Impossible! Damn it! How could this be impossible? Kill it for me! He roared crazily as the veins on his forehead bulged. More soul power was injected into the soul-severing blade. This soul-severing blade was very powerful. It specialized in cutting souls and was impossible to guard against. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to block a sudden attack. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian this time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was incomparably mysterious, and the divine ability it used was even more terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment, the soul-severing blade burned fiercely, but it was unable to extinguish the mysterious soul flame. Soon, the soul-severing blade disappeared into the sky. Red Lunar Spirit also screamed. He hugged his head with a crazed expression. The soul-severing blade was condensed from his soul. Now that the soul-severing blade was destroyed, his soul was also severely injured. The pain was 10 times or 100 times more painful than the injuries on his body. It was over. Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and charged over. Below, the warriors of the Red Lunar Spirit family screamed crazily when they saw the scene. Patriarch, run! They quickly reminded him. At the same time, they activated the Crimson Moon Great Formation and unleashed terrifying attacks in an attempt to intercept Lin Xian. 30,000 fire crows soared into the sky from the array formation, forming rivers of fire that blocked Lin Xian's path. Not only that, those fire crows quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's sword slashed down, and the fire crow in front of him was directly split in half. A vacuum appeared in the sky as Lin Xian strode forward. Pum! Another shocking sword light flashed, and Red Moon's soul was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body, and he was almost cut in half. Damn it! He clenched his teeth and roared. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. However, the injury to his soul couldn't be healed in a short period of time. He could only temporarily suppress it. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shot out a pagoda. Then he turned around and fled. The pagoda floated above his head, sending down tens of thousands of rays of light to defend himself. As for him, he fled into the distance. Ancestor, save me! He roared crazily as he fled toward the center of the Red Moon clan. Humph! A cold snort sounded between heaven and earth like tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The void was directly blasted open, and a crack that was close to 10,000 meters long appeared. Why are you bothering me? A cold voice sounded. Red Moon's soul couldn't care about anything else. He roared crazily. Ancestor, the clan is in danger. My Red Moon clan is about to be destroyed. Hearing this, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from below. It swept through heaven and earth like a mountain flood. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened. That aura made one's hair stand on end. Ancestor. The ancestor had come out of seclusion. All the surrounding Red Moon clan martial artists shouted crazily. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and his eyes flickered. On the other side, the dark red dragon also frowned. They didn't expect that there would be someone else here. Moreover, it seemed to be the ancestor of the Red Moon clan. It should be an even more terrifying existence. Ruffian dragon, Hurry up and kill them. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. At the same time, he let out a long roar, and a terrifying sword light slashed forward. The dark red dragon used the great divine ability of dragons and quickly killed the surrounding people. Ah, those people were caught off guard, and thousands of them were directly killed. Flames swept across the sky. In front of them, Red Moon's soul screamed, "Ancestor, save me!" In the face of this shocking sword light, he had no ability to resist at all. This was because he had suffered heavy injuries, especially the injury to his soul, which had greatly reduced his combat strength. Humph! Who dares to cause trouble in my Red Moon clan? A cold voice sounded, and then the figure of an old man appeared in the void. It was an old man with very long hair that reached his ankles. His face was full of vicissitudes, and he wore a white robe. His eyes were extremely sharp, like stars in the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the shocking light. He was saved. Red Moon's soul heaved a sigh of relief and quickly went to the old man's side. He swallowed a pill again to recover from his injuries. However, the old man's face was gloomy. His gaze was like a blade that swept across the surroundings. When he saw the destroyed mansion and the sea of blood and corpses in the sky, his old face sank to the extreme. What's going on? Which family dares to kill my people? He was extremely angry. However, when he saw that the enemy was only a human and a dragon, he was even more shocked. In his opinion, someone who could cause such damage to the Red Moon clan would definitely be an organization that was not inferior to the Red Moon clan. It was very likely that several families had joined hands. However, he did not find a large group of enemies. He only saw a human and a dragon. Could it be that these two fellows were the ones who destroyed the Crimson Moon clan? Ancestor, these two people are very evil, especially this kid. His combat strength has reached the level of a peerless almighty being. I'm no match for him. What, a peerless almighty being? When the old man heard that, his eyelids twitched. Then his eyes were like a lamp as he stared at Lin Xian. How could this be? He frowned. He guessed that the other party should not be a young man. He should be an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. However, he used a secret technique to check the other party's bones. He was very young, obviously in his 20s. Damn it! Could it be that someone has taken over this young man's body? He absolutely did not believe that a young man had the strength of a peerless almighty being, unless the other party was a prince. However, looking at the other party's appearance, it was definitely not. However, no matter what the other party's situation was, he would not allow the other party to attack again. Humph! He snorted coldly. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Red Moon clan? Cut the crap! Old man, who are you? How dare you stop me? Lin Xian pointed his sword in front of him. You're courting death. This is the ancestor of my Red Moon clan. Red Moon roared angrily. Ancestor Red Moon's face also darkened. How many years had it been since the other party dared to scold him? Ancestor Red Moon? So what? Do you really think you can stop me? Chapter 2284. Then, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. Soul burning. Whoosh! Ah! Soul Red Moon shrieked miserably, looking extremely miserable. Ancestor, save me! He roared crazily, trying to ask for help. Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. Damn it, soul attack! Buzz! He hurriedly used a secret technique, and a rune appeared on his forehead. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Red Lunar Spirit clan that was used to block soul attacks. Then he spat out a blue bead that covered Red Lunar Spirit. The blue bead emitted a blue light, trying to save Red Lunar Spirit's soul. However, they had underestimated the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was useless, and no one could save Red Lunar Spirit. Sure enough, Red Lunar Spirit stopped resisting. His eyes were empty, and his body fell from the sky. This was because his soul had already been obliterated. Patriarch! Everyone roared crazily. When they saw that their patriarch had no reaction, they were stunned. Their patriarch had been killed. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Fortunately, their ancestor was still around. Otherwise, they would have escaped long ago. These people raised their heads and shouted crazily, "Ancestor, please avenge us! Ancestor, kill this brat! You must kill him!" Ancestor, red, lunar spirit, was trembling with anger. The other party had killed their patriarch in front of him, and he could not tolerate it. "Damn brat, go to hell!" He was furious, and in the next moment he slapped out his palm. The thorny red palm carried a sky full of multicolored light, and it smashed down like a volcano. Boom! 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 Along with this palm, the ground below cracked open, and 8 fire pillars appeared. They shot directly into the sky, and together with the sky-covering palm, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Just as Lin Xian was about to be refined, a shocking roar was heard. Then an azure dragon shot into the sky and kept expanding. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swept in all directions. Boom! 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 All the attacks were completely shattered, and the azure dragon circled around Lin Xian's body before entering it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, held the ancient sword in his hand and stood in the air like a god of death. What a terrifying sword energy! He was actually a swordsman. Old ancestor, Qi Yu frowned. The attack power of a swordsman was extremely strong among those of the same level. It was very difficult to deal with them. It seemed like it was time to use his ultimate move. Old ancestor Qi Yu coldly snorted. "Brat, I'll let you see the results of my 300 years of closed-door cultivation. Today, I will use you as an example." Ancestor Red Moon coldly snorted. His body emitted a hazy radiance, and his terrifying aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a red weapon. It was only the size of a palm and had an irregular shape. From the looks of it, it was not a precious artifact. It was probably just a broken fragment. However, as soon as the fragment appeared, it suddenly enlarged and formed a huge red volcano, blocking all of the sword qi in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids were also twitching. What was this thing? How could it be so powerful? The two of them were indeed shocked. Although it was just a fragment, its aura was too shocking. It definitely surpassed an Earth-class artifact. Brat, be careful. This should be a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact. A Heaven-class artifact? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red divine dragon said, "That's right. It's a Heaven-class artifact. Its strength is above an Earth-class artifact, but it can't match the power of a Heaven-class artifact. However, its power still exceeds an Earth-class artifact. This old man has thousands of years of cultivation. Now that he has a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact, its power definitely surpasses the Red Moon Soul. You have to be careful." Lin Xian nodded, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. However, he wasn't too afraid, because the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand was a true Heaven-class artifact. "Brat, go to hell." Taking out the Heaven-class artifact, old ancestor Qi Yu sneered. With a wave of his hand, the artifact emitted a hazy radiance, and mysterious patterns appeared. Boom! A red ray of light slashed out. Clang! Lin Xian blocked with his giant sword, and a terrifying sword light formed a sword screen in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, and he was forced back 2,000 meters. He's really strong. He's much stronger than the Red Moon Soul. Feeling the opponent's power, Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that this old man was definitely a powerhouse. On the other side, old ancestor Qi Yu was also surprised. You can actually block my attack? No wonder you're so arrogant. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Kill. He activated the Heaven-class artifact fragment and quickly charged over. The Heaven-class artifact fragment kept changing, and in the end, it turned into a 2-meter-long red light that slashed over. It was extremely powerful, even more terrifying than a top-class artifact. In an instant, the void was mercilessly cut open, and a 3,000-meter-long crack appeared, and it continued to spread. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with the ancient sword in his hand, he fought against it. The two collided in the sky, forming countless rays of light, and then exploded. The sky was like a brilliant firework, extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 moves had passed. Lin Xian roared angrily, and his sword qi suddenly erupted, sending the opponent's fragment flying. The fragment flew out and circled around Old Ancestor Qi Yu like a meteor. Old Ancestor Qi Yu was extremely shocked. Damn it, how is this possible? How could I block it? To be honest, he was too shocked. One had to know that this was a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact, and it could shatter any Earth-class treasure qi. After he obtained it, he refined it for 300 years and fused it with his body. When he used heavenly treasures and precious metals, it could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, as long as he used this treasure, he could instantly kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect that his opponent could block it. Damn it, what is the sword in his opponent's hand? He couldn't understand. Old man, it's over. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer, or the people of the Tai dynasty would arrive soon. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. He had used floating light once and burning soul twice, which consumed a lot of Lin Xian's soul. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a pill to recover his soul, and with his current soul power, he could use it twice more. However, he wouldn't use it easily. Lin Xian decided to use the Great Dragon's Sword Soul. Kill! With a roar, the power of the Great Dragon's Sword Soul erupted, and the dragon's sword domain quickly flew out, forming a dragon-shaped phantom in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 2285. Buzz! The ancient dragon abyss sword emitted a dazzling light. Demon Seal. Battle Song. Sky Shattering. The 3 killer moves were used one after another. Heaven and earth were shattered, and nothing could stop them. Damn it, how could this be? Ancestor Qi Yu's expression changed as he felt a threat to his life. How could the other party's combat power be so strong? He could even threaten him. He did not dare to be careless, and another moon armor appeared on his body. There were 2 moon armors. One of them was on Ancestor Qi Yu's body, while the other was on him. The moon armor appeared and covered his entire body, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, he was still worried and focused his terrifying power on the fragment of the heavenly secret treasure. Buzz! The fragment enlarged again and formed a huge mountain in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and the sky collapsed. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by countless sword qi. Thousands of sword lights appeared in the sky, and everything was annihilated. Below, many martial artists were directly sent flying. The dark red dragon used the dragon's great divine power and created more than 1,000 dragon shadows to shatter the array. In front of him, a scream could be heard from the vast sword qi. It was from Ancestor Qi Yu, because he realized that the fragment of the heavenly secret treasure that he was so proud of was directly split apart. Countless cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a loud bang. A swift and fierce sword light instantly slashed his body apart. Boom! The moon armor on his body was instantly shattered. It could not block the sword at all. Ancestor! Looking at this scene, everyone cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe that their ancestor had been killed by someone. A sense of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, They had never thought that a young man could cause such a tragedy to the Chiyu clan. But now they realized that they were wrong. They had provoked a demon. Run quickly! These people fled, frantically. Even the patriarch and ancestor had been killed. The remaining people were no match for him at all. In an instant, the remaining tens of thousands of martial artists fled frantically. Boom! 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 However, it was useless. The dark red dragon's array directly sealed the entire mansion. No one could escape. Everything was over. Under Lin Xian's feet, the demon-slaying sword array appeared and instantly covered the ground. Countless blood-red sword cheese crisscrossed, densely packed. There were a total of 70 million sword cheese. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon used a great ability, the Inferno Sacred Dragon. Fire dragons filled the sky and danced in the sky as terrifying energy poured down in torrents. Under the joint forces of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, all the Red Moon clan warriors were killed. Nothing was left behind. When all of the light disappeared, the earth cracked open, scorched black, and the surroundings turned into boundless ruins. Lin Xian was expressionless as he looked at the scene. This was because the Red Moon clan had brought this upon themselves. After collecting their storage rings, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. The dark red divine dragon also removed the array formation. With a swing of its tail, it disappeared into the sky. To be honest, the battle here had already attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. There were already countless people around, but none of them dared to move forward. That was because the battle ahead was simply too terrifying. When all the light disappeared, these people flew over from tens of thousands of miles away. However, when they saw the shattered earth, they were all stunned. Heavens, where is this? Where is the Red Moon clan? They were extremely shocked. That was because the magnificent Red Moon clan had long disappeared. Below them were shattered mountains and rivers. Could it be that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. Among them, many mighty figures felt their scalps go numb. The Red Moon clan was a large clan in the Qianshan domain. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. The area of their manor was very large, comparable to a huge city. But now everything was gone. There was no one, no palace, only the scorched earth and a terrifying aura. The once incomparably glorious Red Moon clan had long disappeared. Damn it! Who did it? This was a shocking matter. Hurry up and report it. For a time, countless figures in the sky fled. They wanted to go back and report it. After all, the destruction of the Red Moon clan was too shocking. The news swept out like a gale. In an instant, everyone in the Qianshan domain knew that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. When many powerhouses heard the news, they did not believe it at all. They thought it was a joke. Who could destroy such a terrifying clan so easily? Even if it was the Zhao family, they would have turned out in full force. Such a spectacular scene would definitely be noticed. But before that, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Therefore, they did not believe that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. However, when they arrived at the original location of the Red Moon clan, they were indeed stunned. That was because the Red Moon clan had long been destroyed. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing which powerhouse had done it. When the Zhao family received this news, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Zhirua's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Old Master Zhao was also extremely shocked. To be honest, they did not expect the Red Moon clan to be destroyed, although they knew that Lin Xian had gone to find trouble with the Red Moon clan. In their opinion, at most, he would kill a few people to teach the Red Moon clan a lesson. However, they did not dare to think about destroying the Red Moon clan. That was because the Red Moon clan was only slightly weaker than the Zhao family. How could one person destroy such a terrifying clan alone? However, the other party had really done it. None of the millions of warriors of the Red Moon clan had escaped. Zhao Zhirua was extremely shocked. Old Master Zhao's expression was also solemn. Even Murong Qingqing was shocked. She was very worried that Lin Xian would be injured. However, when Lin Xian returned, she found that he was just a little exhausted and his face was pale. Other than that, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. This scene made Zhao Zhirua and Old Master Zhao even more shocked. After Lin Xian returned to the Zhao family, he did not stay for long. Instead, he and Murong Qingqing immediately bade farewell to Zhao Zhirua. Then they soared into the sky and left the Zhao family. Since his whereabouts had been leaked and he had attracted the assassins of hell, the people of the Tai dynasty would also know. It would not be long before the other party led an army here. He had to leave because the Tai dynasty was not like the Red Moon clan. It was a dignified dynasty, and there were probably many peerless powerhouses. If he was surrounded, the situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, there was no news of the nest of 10,000 dragons here, so there was no point in him staying here. Therefore, the two of them left. Chapter 2286. Everyone was talking about the Red Moon family, but very few people knew that it was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon who destroyed them, because the entire Zhao mansion had already issued a gag order to not leak a single word about this matter. In the depths of the Zhao mansion, Old Master Zhao sat there with a solemn expression on his face at the azure lake. Countless splashes suddenly appeared in the green lake in front of him, and a huge creature stood up from the bottom of the lake. It was still that huge black turtle. He had a terrifying aura on his body, but fortunately, he had deliberately suppressed it. Moreover, this was the depths of the Zhao mansion, and there were array formations covering the surroundings, so it couldn't leak out. Otherwise, the entire Zhao family would definitely go crazy. Because other than Old Master Zhao, no one knew that there was a peerless demon king living in the depths of the Zhao mansion. How about it? Have you thought it through? The big black turtle asked. Old Master Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he said that the Red Moon family was destroyed. What? The Red Moon family was destroyed? Could it be that the White Tiger race made a move? The big black turtle frowned. It wasn't the White Tiger race, but a young man. Old Master, Zhao said in a deep voice. What? The big turtle's eyes widened when he heard that, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. A young man? How is that possible? That's the truth, and I don't believe it either, but he really did it. Damn it, who is he? The Yinyang sect's holy son? Or the prince of one of the 9 imperial dynasties? Or rather, a genius of the war race? To be able to do this, he was definitely an unparalleled genius. Such a person was either the holy son of a peerless sect or the prince of one of the 9 imperial dynasties. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. I don't know the identity of that kid, but he has a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. More importantly, he is also investigating the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why are you afraid? The big black turtle sneered. Old Master Zhao's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. Immediately after, countless rays of light erupted, and the entire ground trembled. Sensing this scene, Old Master Zhao immediately frowned. He snorted coldly and soared into the sky. What's going on? Outside, a huge light flickered and dust flew everywhere. In the distance, 2 black-clothed men flew out. They half knelt in the sky and quickly said, "Someone is attacking our Zhao manor." What? Old Master Zhao's pupils shrank in disbelief. The Scarlet Moon clan had just been annihilated, and someone was already attacking the Zhao manor? Who was it? Lin Xian and the others? It shouldn't be them. Old Master Zhao couldn't figure out who had the guts to do this. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this person was definitely not weak. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen streaks of light streaked across the sky. They were also half kneeling in the sky. Ancestor! Oh no, it's someone from the Tai dynasty. People from the Tai dynasty. Why did he attack the Zhao family? Old Master Zhao's frown deepened. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, they would not be able to handle a dynasty that wanted to attack them. But why would the Tai dynasty target the Zhao family? There was no interaction between the two. But in the next moment he understood. This was because a thunderous voice came from afar. Zhao family, hand over Lin Xian immediately, or your family will be exterminated. Angry roars came one after another, sounding like thousands of thunderbolts. A terrifying crack appeared in the void. All the martial artists in Stellar Sky City held their breaths at this moment, their bodies trembling. The Zhao family was even more terrified. Zhao Zhirua's beautiful eyes flickered, and her face was extremely cold. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what the fortune-teller said. He said that she was in danger recently, and that she would implicate the entire family. She didn't believe it before, and thought that the fortune-teller was lying. But now, it seemed that the fortune-teller was right. Moreover, all of this was because of Lin Xian. Who exactly was this Lin Xian? Zhao Zhirua couldn't understand. Why would he offend the Tai dynasty? Zhao family, listen up. That kid killed the Golden Lion King of the Battle Tribe and is wanted by the Tai dynasty. He is also the enemy of the Battle Tribe. Whoever protects him will be the enemy of the Tai dynasty and the Battle Tribe. Can you withstand this kind of anger? A cold voice came. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard it. All of them were extremely shocked. Lin Xian killed the Golden Lion King? They couldn't believe it. They knew that the Tai dynasty was chasing after a murderer, but they didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian killed the Battle Tribe's genius. Heavens, this is definitely an earth-shattering event. No wonder he was so powerful and could destroy the Red Moon clan with a raise of his hand. He even dared to kill the Battle Tribe's genius, let alone the Red Moon clan. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked, and at the same time, their faces were extremely ugly, because everyone knew that Lin Xian had stayed in the Zhao family for a few days. Now that the Tai dynasty had come knocking on their door, they couldn't explain it at all. Damn it, explain it clearly. Say that the Zhao family has nothing to do with Lin Xian. Why don't we let Jirua go and reveal her identity as a Jade Lake disciple? A few elders suggested. However, old man Zhao shook his head. It was useless. If the Jade Lake saint was here, it might be useful. However, a Jade Lake disciple couldn't stop the Tai dynasty and the Battle Tribe. All of you leave. I'll go out now. Old man Zhao waved his hand, and immediately all the people in the sky left. Countless formations surrounded them, and the black tortoise climbed out of the water again. I can help you resolve this crisis, the black tortoise said in a deep voice. Old man Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the monster race, especially during such a sensitive period. However, the heavens didn't go as he wished. At this time, the Zhao family was facing the crisis of being destroyed. He had no choice but to bow down to the other party. At the next moment, old man Zhao sighed. What do you want me to do? It's impossible for the Zhao family to surrender to the monster race. At most, I can help you with some things. Don't worry, we don't need humans to surrender. We just need you to do something. As for the details, I'll tell you later. Now, I'll help you solve the problem. As he said that, the black tortoise's figure turned into a black ray of light and disappeared into the void, leaving behind old man Zhao with an extremely gloomy expression. However, after about half an hour, the black tortoise returned again. It was done. He returned to the lake. Not long after, dozens of people came from afar. They were all elders of the Zhao family. They said excitedly they had retreated. The people of the Tai dynasty had left. To be honest, they were extremely excited. They felt like they had survived a disaster, because just now, countless figures descended on the Zhao family. Those people were like gods and demons, causing the void to distort. Chapter 2287. If these people made a move, the Zhao mansion would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. However, they didn't expect that the people of the Tai dynasty would leave at such a critical moment, and it seemed that they wouldn't target them in the future. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Old man Zhao's pupils contracted abruptly, but he quickly recovered. Then he ordered, "All right, let's go back and immediately appease all the clansmen. Also, tell everyone to keep a low profile and don't cause trouble." Yes, these people retreated, and the array formation lit up again. Old Master Zhao stared at the lake in front of him and asked curiously, "What method did you use?" The big turtle poked its head out. "This is my secret you don't need to know. But now, it's time to talk about our conditions." The big turtle's eyes shone brightly. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing didn't know what happened to the Zhao family, because they were still heading towards Qianshan City. "Do you think we can find news about the nest of 10,000 dragons this time?" Morong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a hunch that even if we can't find any news, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be appearing soon." "Really? Do you have a hunch too?" "I vaguely have this hunch too." Morong Qingqing's eyes also flickered. This time, the two of them didn't take the official spirit boat. Instead, they took their own private spirit boat and quickly flew towards Qianshan City. On the way, they also encountered a wave of demonic beasts. It seemed that these demonic beasts had already spread to the Qianshan region, but fortunately, they were just ordinary demonic beasts. There were about 300 of them. The strongest were 7-star demon kings. There were a total of 4 of them, but they were all killed by Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. About 3 days later, they finally arrived at Qianshan City. Qianshan City, one of the main cities of the Nine Li dynasty, was much more majestic than Tianqing City. It covered an area of 70,000 miles. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There were more martial artists inside, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Many people were excited. "Have you heard? Yan Ruyu will be here in 3 days. You're talking about the moon concealing blushing red palace, right? I've heard about it too. She was a peerless beauty. He didn't expect her to come to Qianshan City. It was said that young Master Qianshan had invited him. Is that so? Other than him, I don't think anyone else has the face to do so." Everyone was talking about it. Someone else said, "I heard that not only our Qianshan City, but all the young masters and young masters of the big clans in the entire Qianshan region, as well as the geniuses, are coming here. They probably all wanted to take a look at Yan Ryu. Not only that, it was young Master Qian Shan's birthday 3 days later. Those people were also here to pay their respects. That might not necessarily be the case. Who knows? There might even be people looking for trouble. Last time, the Jasper Saber was defeated by young Master Qianshan. This time he would definitely come. Are you talking about that time 3 years ago?" Everyone was discussing animatedly. From time to time, they would mention Yan Ruyu, young Master Qianshan, and Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing looked at each other and decided to take a look in 3 days. From the looks of it, it should be a gathering of genius powerhouses. Perhaps they could get some information. With a goal in mind, the two of them prepared to find a place to settle down. "It smells so good," many people suddenly exclaimed. Then they looked over. They saw a purple figure quickly leaving behind a glimpse. Those people exclaimed, "What a beautiful figure! Could that person be Yan Ruyu? Now that you mention it, it's really possible." Although they only saw her back, she was so beautiful that many people were talking about it. A few of the bolder ones decided to follow her and take a look. More than a dozen figures followed her. In front, Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Could it be that someone was chasing after them? They were suspicious. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing sped up, but the people behind them were shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Miss Yan Ruyu, don't go." "Fairy Yan, can you have a chat with us?" They shouted one after another. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Murong Qingqing frowned. It seemed that these people thought she was Yan Ruyu. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. In the next moment, she waved her hand, and countless rays of light flew out and enveloped those people. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Those rays of light turned into vines that wrapped around the dozen or so cultivators behind them and dropped them in midair. Those cultivators cried out in alarm and wanted to struggle. However, they couldn't struggle at all. They could only stay in midair and shout with all their might. Fairy Yan, don't go! However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had already disappeared into the void. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the best manor in Qianshan City. Lady Boss, please give me a good guest room. After Lin Xian entered, he walked to the front. The Lady Boss was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She was wearing a long aqua blue dress and was still very charming. She raised her head, glanced at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, and then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, the good guest rooms are all gone, and the other rooms are also full. There's only one Eastwater courtyard left. Do you want it?" Eastwater Courtyard, a standalone courtyard? Lin Xian asked. The Lady Boss nodded. That's right, a standalone courtyard. This is the last one. If you don't want it, then please leave. I'll take this. Lin Xian nodded, because along the way, they found that the other places were also full of people. Perhaps it was because of Yan Ruyu that there were so many cultivators in Qianshan City that it had reached a bursting point. One supreme grade, substandard divine, crystal a day. The Lady Boss reported the price with a smile. Hearing the price, Lin Xian frowned. Why don't you rob? Although Lin Xian was using divine crystals now, it didn't mean that supreme grade, substandard divine crystals were cabbages. This price could be said to be a sky-high price. The Lady Boss's face darkened as she said coldly, there was naturally a reason why it was expensive. Moreover, this was the last one. Take it or leave it. All right, I'll stay for 5 days. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and 5 supreme-grade, substandard divine crystals appeared on the table. If I need to extend it, I'll pay you again. Okay. The Lady Boss immediately smiled when she saw the 5 supreme-grade, substandard divine crystals. She quickly put it away and shouted, Hurry up and bring this young master to the Eastwater side courtyard. Young master, this way please. Soon a young man in a green robe and a small hat led the way. One had to admit that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was very extravagant. The space inside was very large and there were many pavilions and palaces, as well as this standalone courtyard. The Eastwater courtyard was one of them. After entering, Lin Xian knew why it was so expensive. There was a small stream, a pond, a bamboo forest, and grassland in front of him. There were even spirit beasts running around there. Although he lived in a bamboo house, rich spirit energy rushed to his face. Obviously, there was a spirit gathering array underground that could gather spirit energy from all directions. The entire Eastwater courtyard was protected by a defensive array. Judging from the appearance of this array, it could withstand the attack of a mighty figure. It was safe, quiet, and very suitable for cultivation. No wonder it cost 1 supreme grade, substandard, divine, crystal a day. After the waiter left, Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the courtyard door. Then he raised his hand and cast another defensive array to form a second defense. Murong Qingqing stretched her body. After flying for a couple of days, she was tired. I want to take a shower and have a rest. Chapter 2288. Lin Xian took off Murong Qingqing's veil and said with a smile, Why don't we go together? When did you become so naughty? Murong Qingqing blushed and pinched Lin Xian hard. Buzz. Lin Xian picked up Murong Qingqing and strode forward. As the day of Yan Ruyu's arrival approached, Qianshan City became very lively. At this moment, the inns of all sizes were already crowded, and Sky Treasure Pavilion was even more so. Moreover, those who could stay in Sky Treasure Pavilion were either rich or noble. He was either a powerful martial artist or a young master of a noble family. That was because the price of staying here for a day was very expensive. At this moment, the front hall of Sky Treasure Pavilion was also very lively. The decorations were very exquisite, and every detail was perfect. It was as if one had arrived at a celestial palace. Whoosh! In the sky, a black shadow grew larger and larger, as if a huge mountain was pressing down. Everyone outside Sky Treasure Pavilion looked up, and the people on the street were shocked. They thought that something terrifying was descending. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. A white cloud was descending. That's right, it was indeed a white cloud. The white cloud was very large, dozens of meters long, and very soft, like cotton. There was a jade chair on the white cloud. It was transparent and shone with a mysterious light. Just by looking at the chair, one could tell that it was priceless. The white cloud was another great ability. Needless to say, the person who came must be someone extraordinary. A very handsome young man was sitting on the jade chair. He was wearing a white robe that was spotless. He held a folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with pride. Beside him, there were 4 beautiful women in light muslin standing respectfully. Some held an umbrella for him. Some served him fine wine, and the other 2 massaged his shoulders and back. However, at this moment, the white cloud landed on the ground, and the 4 European and American women immediately put away the things in their hands. The smoke catcher umbrella automatically flew up and floated above the young man in white. The 4 beauties gently lifted the jade chair. They were very fast and arrived at Sky Treasure Pavilion in the blink of an eye. Even though they were just 4 weak girls, all of them were sent flying by the impact. Among them, 2 5-star kings were also sent flying without holding back. Bang! Bang! These people fell to the side, and then they were all furious. Damn it! Do you want to die? Among them, a few kings emitted a terrifying aura. Humph! The young man snorted coldly. He turned his gaze and stared coldly at those kings. Buzz! Those people trembled as if they fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. How dare you block young Master Bai's stop? A woman yelled. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, shocking everyone. Was young Master Bai Yun the young master of the great general of White Cloud City? He's here too? It was rumored that young Master Bai Yun had mysophobia, and his feet never touched the ground. Now it seemed like it was true. Is that so? I thought he was just being ostentatious. Who knew that he would be such a person? Lower your voice. Are you tired of living? How dare you talk about young Master Bai Yun here? Many people were discussing. However, some of them hurriedly made a face, and some even sneaked away. That was because young Master Bai was a very famous young master in Nainli dynasty. His father was the great general of the dynasty. He had outstanding military achievements and was very powerful. Moreover, he was trusted by the emperor. He was like the sun in the sky. Therefore, young Master Bai's identity was very precious. Ordinary almighties did not dare to offend him. Lady Boss, here's our room. One of the beautiful maids walked forward and took out a token and placed it on the table. There was a word West written on it. Seeing this, the Lady Boss smiled. All right, the West Wing garden has already been prepared for the young master. Cough! Cough! Just as she was about to ask the waiter to bring them to the West Wing garden, a cough was heard from outside. As soon as the sound was heard, the hearts of everyone in the hall beat violently as if they were about to explode. Damn it! Who is it? Those kings were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Those who were timid cried, Damn it, it's just a meal. Why are there so many terrifying people? The Lady Boss also narrowed her eyes and did not say anything. That was because at that moment 2 more figures walked in. One of them was a man in a black robe. He was not tall and had a hunchback. At that moment, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so it was impossible to see him clearly. He was holding a black walking stick in his hand. Every step he took was very light and did not make any sound. However, every once in a while he would cough twice as if he was sick. On his right was a very beautiful young girl with red lips and white teeth. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. She supported the black-robed man and slowly walked in. Who is this person? Was he the one who coughed just now? The surrounding kings looked over, but soon they frowned. Although there was no light on his body, it prevented them from checking him out. A few kings who wanted to check him out by force immediately screamed in agony as their eyes bled. There were even 6-star kings among them, but they could not take it at all. Humph! Didn't your parents tell you that you'll have your eyes gouged out if you peep at others? The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, snorted coldly. Then she turned her head and looked forward. "Lady boss, give me a good courtyard." The girl's voice was very pleasant, but at that moment no one was in the mood to appreciate it. That was because those two people were too strange. The black-robed man did not make a move, but he blinded the kings. The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, was dressed even more strangely. She was wearing a colorful flower dress that was very bright. What was even stranger was that she was wearing 2 pendants, but they were not gold or silver, nor were they treasures. They were 2 small snakes. The 2 small snakes kept dancing and twisting in midair. Who is this person? Is he a beast tamer? Everyone was nervous. In front, the lady boss smiled sweetly when she heard that. "I'm sorry, little girl, but the rooms are already full. Not to mention a good courtyard. There aren't even any ordinary guest rooms." The lady boss shrugged helplessly. The girl frowned when she heard that. No more rooms? No way, how can they stay here? As she spoke, she stretched out her fair little hand and pointed forward. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped because the girl was pointing at young Master Bayin. This guy actually dared to point at young Master Bayin. Is he tired of living? It's over. They will definitely end up in a miserable state. Many people whispered. Young Master Bayin turned his head and glanced at the other party. Then he snorted with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 2289. A lady at the back left snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to my young master? Is your young master very famous?" The little girl curled her lips, looking very disdainful. Seeing this, all the kings around were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is this? How can she not know young Master Bayin? How dare she provoke him? Is she tired of living? Crack! As expected, young Master Bayin's face darkened, and he closed the folding fan in his hand. "Slap her," he said coldly. Whoosh! A maid beside him flew out quickly like a bolt of white lightning. At the same time, she raised her jade-like hand and slapped forward. This maidservant was a 5-star king realm, and a single palm strike from her could shatter a mountain, let alone a single person. For a moment, everyone was worried about the little girl. However, the little girl still stood there with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her face was full of disdain. The terrifying palm wind tore through the void, but it could not move the little girl's clothes at all. Whoosh! Ah! The next moment, the slap did not land, but the maid screamed in pain. She covered her fair palm and kept retreating. What's going on? What happened? Everyone around was stunned. They did not see the other party make a move. Could it be that the black-robed man made a move? They looked at each other. However, the next moment they were extremely shocked. That was because the maid's fair palm was now pitch black, and there were countless black chi surrounding it. It was spreading from her arm to her entire body. "Poisoned! She's poisoned!" everyone exclaimed. It was an obvious sign of poisoning. Young Master Bayin frowned, and the other 3 maids were also nervous. The poisoned maid shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in her body burst out like waves, trying to resist the poison. However, it was useless. In an instant, her entire arm was pitch black, and it began to rot, and white bones appeared. The pain caused the maid to scream miserably. Her scream was so miserable that it made one scalp go numb. Another maid shouted, took out a sword from her storage ring, and slashed down, cutting off the blackened arm. Sizzle! Sizzle! The arm fell to the ground, and all the flesh and blood were corroded, forming a black liquid. Soon, even the bones were corroded. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a powerful poison! How did the other party do it? They didn't see it. The little girl snorted coldly. A small green snake was coiling around her earlobe. A piece of trash, like you wants to slap me? He was truly courting death. Everyone was shocked speechless, because they realized that this little girl was simply too strange. However, some of the higher-ups could tell that it was the venomous snake on the little girl's ear that had attacked. This little girl was most likely a beast tamer, they guessed. However, no one spoke. They didn't want to provoke such a terrifying existence. At the front, young Master Bai Yun frowned. Once he made a move, one of his maidservants would chop off an arm. This was definitely a slap to his face. Therefore, he snorted and killed her. Yes, the injured maidservant retreated and quickly swallowed a pill. The other three unsheathed their swords and worked together to attack. Whoa! The 3 swords were very fast. In an instant, they had arrived in front of the little girl and were about to pierce through her. Humph! The little girl sneered disdainfully. She snorted lightly, and a majestic force rushed out of her body. Her king's domain instantly rushed out. Boom! It was a green snake. It suddenly enlarged and directly broke all 3 swords. The huge force sent the 3 maidservants flying. This scene shocked the surrounding people once again. They didn't expect that this little girl was not only good at using poison, but she was also so powerful. The king's domain was obviously very terrifying. In an instant, it sent all 3 5-star kings flying. It seemed that she was at least a 6-star king. However, an 11 or 12-year-old 6-star king. Her talent was too terrifying. Could it be that she was an old demon who had lived for hundreds of years? They guessed. On the other hand, young Master Bai Yun's face was completely gloomy. Little girl, get over here and kneel down, and I can spare your life. His voice was cold and carried a biting, cold-killing intent. Young Master Bai Yun? In my opinion, he's just SOO. The little girl had gained the upper hand with one move. Then, she activated her king's domain and charged forward. Whoa! The king's domain formed a green snake and charged forward. Boom! This green snake was very huge. It crushed the void, but no energy leaked out. Other than the space near young Master Bai Yun cracked, the other places were not damaged. Not even a table was damaged. One could imagine how precise the other party's control of power was. She was courting death. Young Master Bai Yun was furious. The other party was just a little girl. How dare she attack him? The next moment, he waved his sleeve. With a boom, the sky cracked open, and a huge sleeve danced in the sky. It was as if it could devour everything. Flowing cloud sleeve. This was the White Cloud family's ultimate technique. Many people exclaimed because this flowing cloud sleeve could be said to be extremely terrifying. Boom! As expected, when the flowing cloud sleeve collided with the green snake, a deafening sound was heard. Many kings fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The green snake wailed and was sent flying. Puff! 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 The little girl kept retreating until she was outside the door. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped the blood with her small hands. Her eyes were abnormally cold. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you attack me? Young Master Bai Yun sneered in disdain. The flowing cloud sleeve in the sky attacked again. It was like a sharp heavenly blade that wanted to split the little girl in half. The little girl's expression was cold. Her hands quickly formed a seal. A green snake had burst out from her palm and bit forward. Crack! 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 The python bit the flowing cloud sleeve in the sky and made a clanging sound. However, the flowing cloud sleeve shook and shattered the python head. The little girl spat out another mouthful of blood. She was about to be enveloped by the flowing cloud sleeve. However, at this moment, the mysterious man in a black robe attacked. To be exact, he didn't attack. Instead, he coughed twice. Cough! Cough! Boom! In the sky, the flowing cloud sleeve exploded and turned into countless rays of light that scattered on the ground. Gulp! Gulp! The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. This man in a black robe was too terrifying. He could shatter young Master Bai Yun's superpower with just a sound wave? Who was this person? Young Master Bai Yun's pupils shrank. His eyes shone brightly. This move of his was something that even an almighty wouldn't dare to take lightly. However, the other party had broken it. He couldn't believe it. Who are you? Young Master Bai Yun didn't attack again. Instead, he asked coldly. Chapter 2290. Even a powerful being would not dare to block his attack, but the other party had broken through it. He could not believe it. Who are you? Young Master Bai Yun did not attack again. Instead, he asked coldly. Cough, cough. The black-robed woman coughed twice and said again, I'm just a villager. You won't know me even if I tell you. However, I've been walking for a day, and I'm tired. Young Master, why don't you give me your room? I'll pay you back double the room fee. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. It seemed that the mysterious person really wanted young Master Bai Yun's courtyard. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened, and he sneered. Old monster, you're courting death. As he spoke, he attacked again. Flowing cloud, sleeve poured down. An ray of light descended like a heavenly blade. The void instantly split open, and the terrifying crack enveloped the black-robed woman. How terrifying! Was this the true power of the flowing cloud cultivator? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked, because the power this time was twice as strong as before. It seemed that young Master Bai Yun had not used his full strength before. Humph! The black-robed woman snorted. The walking stick in her hand shook slightly, and suddenly a black ripple spread out like a ripple. The black ripple danced and formed a blacklight screen, blocking in front of her. Buzz! It blocked the terrifying flowing cloud sleeve. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided and there was a loud boom. The entire world was shaking. Countless runes lit up in the Sky Treasure Pavilion, protecting all the buildings. The lady boss frowned. Her eyes flickered, but she had no intention to stop it. Humph! Seeing that the other party could block the flowing cloud sleeve, young Master Bai Yun's face darkened. However, he soon burst out with a bright light. The fan in his hand seemed to have turned into a mountain, and it pressed down. Even the surrounding powerful beings could feel the pressure from this attack. Clearly, this was an extremely terrifying attack that contained an unparalleled amount of power. Boom, boom, boom. The mysterious black-robed woman did not raise her head. However, a spatial crack appeared behind her. It grew bigger and bigger, as if it was torn apart by a pair of big hands. Then, a ferocious behemoth poked its head out from the crack. It looked like a butterfly with a horn that was covered with Dao runes. It was terrifying. It did not fully appear. Only a head appeared, but filled up the entire space in the hall. Everyone was trembling, and the weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground, unable to resist at all. That was because the oppressive might was simply too terrifying. Soon, the horn blocked the huge folding fan in the sky. Not only that, countless black bugs appeared on the ground and flew towards young Master Bai Yun. These black bugs were very fast and covered the entire ground in an instant. It seemed to be able to devour everything. Young Master Bai Yun's face sank. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying light wave flew out and blocked the insects. At the same time, his expression became extremely ugly. Nanjiang, you're from the southern borders, 5 Poison Sect. What? 5 Poison Sect? Hearing this, the surrounding people also exclaimed. The southern border was a continent that coexisted with the central continent. They were very far apart. How could someone from the southern border come here? They could not understand. Young Master Bai Yun's face turned ugly. No wonder. No wonder the other party dared to disrespect him and even attack him. It turned out that the other party was not from the Nine Li dynasty. In fact, they were not even from the central continent. The 11 or 12-year-old girl swallowed a few pills to suppress her injuries and walked over. She stood beside the black-robed man and snorted coldly. "What? You know who we are, and you still don't want to give up the room?" "Humph." Young Master Bai Yun snorted coldly. "So what if you're from the Five Poisons sect? This is the Nine Li dynasty of the central continent. It's my territory. Could it be that I'm afraid of them? These are the 5 poison bugs. Once touched, even an almighty will definitely die. You still dare to go against us?" The girl sneered. The bugs on the ground were about to erupt again. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from outside. Amitabha. The voice was loud and clear, bringing with it the aura of light between heaven and earth. Then a ball of golden light shone in from the outside like the sun. The terrifying poisonous bugs on the ground quickly retreated and melted like snow. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this expert? How could he be so powerful? He destroyed the poisonous bugs of the 5 Poison sect in an instant. Who is this? How dare you interfere with the matters of the 5 Poison sect? The girl snorted coldly, and her expression was very ugly. The black-robed man did not say anything, but the terrifying aura on his body became even more serious. Young Master Bai Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze was uncertain as he looked forward. He was not the only one. Everyone turned their heads to look. A monk walked in from outside the door. He wore a kasaya and held a bowl in his hand that was covered with runes. He held a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his left hand. At this moment, he was chanting and walking towards the heavenly treasure pavilion. A monk? Seeing this scene, the girl frowned and even took 2 steps back, subconsciously. That was because the Buddhist light on the other party's body made her feel uncomfortable. Their 5 Poison sect was a poisonous creature of extreme een and evil. On the other hand, the other party clearly had a masculine aura. The 2 of them countered each other, and the other party was very strong. Therefore, the girl from the 5 Poisons sect was very uncomfortable. However, the black-robed man did not change at all. He still stood there and did not even turn his head. Why did the people of the 5 Poisons sect come all the way to the central continent? After the monk entered, he asked in a deep voice. The girl snorted coldly. "Humph! Aren't you also from the western desert? Why did you come to the central continent? This monk has traveled the world and considers the world as his home. Why can't I come?" After saying that, the monk ignored the people of the 5 Poison sect and stared at young Master Bai Yun. "I saved your life earlier. Are you going to give me your room?" "What? Another person who came to snatch the place?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened again. He originally thought that the crisis was resolved. Unexpectedly, another one came. Furthermore, this person targeted him again. Damn it! Did they really think that he was easy to bully? Thinking of this, he roared furiously, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A white cloud surrounded him, and even his entire body became hazy, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. On the other side, the black-robed man kept emitting a cold aura. The monk held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. His body shone with golden light like a sun. The auras of the 3 were extremely strong. Furthermore, when they clashed with each other, they formed an invisible field that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Those who were weak fainted directly. The lady boss also frowned. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to attack again, she wanted to stop this battle. Chapter 2291. Just then, the door to the backyard suddenly opened and a figure walked in. Originally, the auras of the 3 sides had reached a balance, But because of this figure walking over, the balance was suddenly broken. Boom! The three forces collided in the air, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky, spinning rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Everyone turned to look at the back. They wanted to see who dared to come in at this time. Did he want to die? Lin Xian also frowned because he felt something was wrong as soon as he entered the hall, especially the black hole in front of him, which was obviously caused by a battle. Also, many kings were lying on the ground. Could there have been a great battle? But soon he shook his head. What did it have to do with him? So he walked to the front and said in a low voice, "Lady Boss, make me some exquisite dishes and send them to East Water Courtyard." "Okay, young master, please wait a moment." The lady boss smiled. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Just then, young master Bai Yin said coldly, "Wait." Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the other party with a doubtful look on his face. He did not know him, so he asked, "You're looking for me?" "Yes, you." "Kid, let me ask you, which sect are you from?" Young Master Bai Yin asked coldly, because he felt that young Master Bai Yin was a stranger. Those who could afford to live in the courtyard must be from a big family. For example, only people like him were qualified to live there. However, how could a stranger live there? So he had to check his identity first. Lin Xian said lightly, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an itinerant cultivator." "What do you want?" "Don't belong to any sect." Everyone was shocked. The white-robed man squinted his eyes and sneered. "Don't belong to any sect? Why do you live in the water courtyard?" "Kid, give it up." Young Master Bai Yun had his own plans. The Western Desert and Southern Border powerhouses wanted a place to live. He would not give it up. Why not take the kid's house and let the two powerhouses fight over it? Then he would be able to get away easily. Everyone around understood this as well, so they looked at Lin Xian with sympathy in their eyes. This kid is so unlucky. He came at the wrong time. That's right, of all times he had to come at this time. He reckoned that if he was targeted by the three great powerhouses, his end would be very miserable. As long as he cooperated obediently, he might even receive a large sum of money. Many people stood up from the ground. Lin Xian frowned. "Give up the room? Why, you want to stay?" From the looks of it, the other party was probably trying to snatch his room. However, White Cloud Prince snorted coldly. "I have my own residence." Lin Xian looked at him like he was an idiot. "You have a place to live, yet you want to snatch my house?" Was he sick in the head? He shook his head and ignored it. Then he ordered again, "Lady Boss, hurry up. I'm hungry. Hurry up and send the food to Dongshui Courtyard." With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. "Brat, you're courting death." Young Master White Cloud's expression turned extremely gloomy when he saw that young Master White Cloud dared to ignore him and even reprimand him. He was the son of the great general. Who would dare to be rude to him? However, there were people provoking him one after another today. First, it was the Southern Border Powerhouse. Then it was the Western Desert Powerhouse. He could not afford to offend these two mysterious powerhouses. However, this kid who had no sect and was just a rogue cultivator dared to provoke him? That would be courting death. Buzz! The next moment he attacked again. Flowing cloud, sleeve spun, and poured down from the sky like the Milky Way. The surrounding kings exclaimed, "Heavens, who is this brat? How dare he provoke young Master White Cloud? Does he not know who young Master White Cloud is? I think it's possible. It's over. This brat is dead meat." Flowing cloud sleeve continued to envelop Lin Xian as he spoke. Lin Xian turned around abruptly with a cold look in his eyes. This brat wanted to attack him just because of a disagreement. He even wanted to kill him? Was he that easy to kill? The next moment, a terrifying blue aura appeared on his body. Crack, crack, crack! The sea god's ice spread out and condensed in the sky, freezing flowing cloud sleeve in midair. It was so cold! The surrounding kings trembled as frost formed on their bodies. They all channeled their spiritual power to resist. Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of him. I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xian turned around and looked at young Master White Cloud with a murderous look in his eyes. It was frozen. This Brett actually froze Flowing Cloud's sleeve. Who is he? He's so powerful. The crowd was in a heated discussion. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be killed, but they did not expect him to be a powerhouse. And by the looks of it, he was a young prodigy. That was interesting. What would young Master White Cloud do? Would he fight with him or back off again? They were actually looking forward to it. Young Master White Cloud's face darkened. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He even suspected that he did not check the almanac before going out today. Why did he encounter so many terrifying powerhouses one after another? It made him feel ashamed. However, it was impossible for him to retreat now. He was young Master White Cloud, and this was the Nine Li dynasty. If he retreated now, he would probably become a joke in less than an hour. As a young prodigy and the young master of the White Cloud General's residence, his reputation was very important. Therefore, he could not retreat. However, among the three powerhouses, he realized that only Lin Xian was very young. He was from the younger generation. Although Lin Xian froze his Flowing Cloud sleeve, he knew that if he attacked with all his might, he could kill Lin Xian. More importantly, Lin Xian did not have any powerful background. Even if he killed Lin Xian, no one would come for revenge. The four beautiful maids beside young Master White Cloud were furious when they heard Lin Xian's threat. How dare you be so rude to our young master? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at them. The four of them were struck by lightning and were sent flying again while vomiting blood. Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he stared at young Master White Cloud. He sneered. Let me guess. Why do you want to snatch my house? Looking at you, you should be the young master of a very famous family. With your identity, you should have booked a very good house here. However, there are two powerhouses who seem to have designs on your house, and you can't defeat them. Therefore, the black hole appeared when you guys were fighting. I happen to be here at this time. You think I'm a pushover, so you want to take advantage of me. Although I don't know which family you are from, your ability to bully the weak and fear the strong is really good. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, I'm not someone you can provoke. So, disappear in front of me obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Arrogant. So arrogant. How dare you threaten young Master White Cloud? Chapter 2292. They realized that the young man in front of them was very smart. Not only did he figure out the whole thing, he even dared to threaten young Master Bai Yin. Who exactly was he? Was he really an itinerant cultivator? They did not believe it. They had never seen an itinerant cultivator so arrogant. Kid, you're courting death. Young Master Bai Yin was trembling with anger. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. The killing intent on his body quickly condensed and pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he shifted his gaze away from him and looked at the two figures at the door. One was a mysterious man in a black robe with a little girl beside him. The other was a monk with Buddhist beads in his hand. The aura on their bodies was very strong. One look, and anyone could tell that they were experts. Then Lin Xian said coldly, "The two of you better not have any ideas about me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The surrounding kings were completely stunned. This brat was simply too arrogant. First, he provoked young Master Bai Yin. Now he was provoking the experts of Southern Border and Western Desert. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to declare war on everyone? The two experts were also taken aback. Then both of them laughed. "Is that so? But I still think that it's better to kill you. After all, you don't have any family behind you. Killing you will not be a burden at all. Monks are not willing to kill. But I hope that you can cooperate and give up your East Water courtyard." Hearing this, young Master Bai Yun laughed. He wanted to see how this kid would deal with it. At the thought of this, his lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are the two of you going to attack me? Indeed, that was the intention. The black-robed man said in a low voice again. Whoosh! The voice condensed in the air. Before it landed, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the black-robed man. The ancient sword in his hand slashed down. Boom! The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he raised his head for the first time. He realized that Lin Xian was too fast. Before he could even react, Lin Xian had already attacked. The sword had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura had already caused all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Even the black aura on his body was cut open. Whoosh! The black-robed man quickly retreated, and countless black gas formed a blacklight shield in front of him. Boom! The Dragon Source ancient sword slashed down on the surface, emitting a sky-shaking sound. Puff! A single slash. The black shield was split in half. The sharp sword light flew out once again. The black-robed old man retreated until he was completely out of the heavenly treasure pavilion. Only then did he manage to block the sword light. The mysterious man was repelled. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This mysterious person was extremely terrifying. Previously, when he fought with young Master Bai Yun, he did not even move an inch. But now he was scared off by a single slash from the young man before him. This was simply too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. This was because Lin Xian had repelled the black-robed man with a single slash of his sword, following which he swept his sword horizontally and slashed at the monk beside him. Since these two people wanted to make a move on him, then he had to gain the initiative by striking first and intimidate these two powerhouses. Seeing Lin Xian attack him, the Western Desert cultivator roared in anger. His eyes shone brightly as his aura suddenly erupted. A golden Buddha light rushed out from his body. Boom! In the next moment, it collided with the terrifying sword chi. When the two collided, countless cracks appeared in the void as if black snakes were dancing wildly in the air. Many people retreated one after another as their hearts turned cold. Humph! The Western Desert cultivator roared and raised his palm to grab Lin Xian. Golden light flickered in his palm as if it was the palm of a Buddha. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul erupted, and an even more terrifying sword chi slashed out. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. However, this time, the Western Desert cultivator's expression changed because the golden light in his hand had been cut open. Not only that, there was a sword mark on his palm that was dripping with blood. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! How was this possible? The Western Desert cultivator was extremely shocked and could not believe it. That was because he had cultivated a very terrifying physical technique called the Vajrabody technique. It was a powerful divine ability of the Buddhist sect. With his current cultivation and divine ability, he could fight against an upper-grade, earth-rank treasure with his bare hands. But now he was actually injured. This really shocked him. What kind of sword was that in his opponent's hand? Also, how could his opponent's sword chi be so terrifying? Was he really just a young man? He did not dare to imagine. Therefore, in the next moment, he also retreated out of the sky treasure pavilion. Humph! Seeing that both of them had retreated, Lin Xian snorted coldly and put away the ancient dragon abyss sword. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around disdainfully. Now, who else dares to have any ideas about me? A cold voice sounded, and everyone's scalps went numb. They did not even dare to raise their heads. What kind of joke was this? Two powerful cultivators had been forced back by two swords. This kind of strength was heaven-defying. Who would be so blind to provoke him at this time? That was purely courting death. What about the two of you? Lin Xian looked at the two people outside the door again. These two people's expressions were extremely unsightly. But soon after, the two of them sighed. I think young Master Bai Yun's room is better. Haha, this old woman is also very interested in young Master Bai Yun's courtyard. The two of them gave up on Lin Xian and turned their attention to young Master Bai Yun again, because the young man in front of them was too strange. Although they did not use their full strength previously, from the previous exchange of blows, the other party was very terrifying. Even if they really fought, it would only be a lose-lose situation. Moreover, they were not willing to risk their lives. Young Master Bai Yun's face instantly darkened. Originally, he wanted to watch a good show and see how the three of them would fight. If the three of them were seriously injured, he did not mind giving them a final blow at the last moment. However, the current situation was completely out of his expectations. The three of them did not fight at all. 2 swords and 2 powerful cultivators were forced back. He could not believe it. Damn it, who is this kid? Now, even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that the other party was just a rogue cultivator. In his opinion, the other party's origin must be very mysterious. It was very likely that he was one of those peerless sacred grounds, or an outstanding disciple of a peerless sect. Otherwise, the other party would not be so strong. When he heard that the 2 powerful cultivators had their eyes on him again, young Master Bai Yun was furious. Damn kid, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Young Master Bai Yun's expression was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. It was all because of this kid that he had lost face. Therefore, he could not wait to kill this kid in front of him.